optimistic. Firstly, I have to say I'm very sad about my own country.
Hi everybody, today's Friday, August 8th, 2025, and our friend Patrick Bob, German journalist, is back with us. Welcome back, Patrick.
Hello, Nima. Thank you very much for inviting me to the show.
Let's start, Patrick, with your country, Germany, and the policy of the German Chancellor Merz toward the conflict in Ukraine. Do you see any sort of sign that they're going to change their mindset toward Ukraine? We know that how the United States under the Trump administration is behaving is somehow confusing, but what is happening in Germany, in your opinion?
I don't see any sign to be optimistic. Firstly, I have to say I'm very sad about my own country. I never could imagine in the years before that I would have to live someday in a country that tries to wage a third war against Russia. We lost two wars against Russia in the crap for world power, the First World War and the Second World War. And I fear that Germany will be completely destroyed for the next 10 million years after the third war against Russia. Then for me, it is very clear that a nuclear power coming under pressure will use nuclear means. And the Russian missiles are focused on Central Europe, especially on Germany, because Germany is the platform for waging the war in Ukraine against Russia. The war in Ukraine is a war of the United States and its vessels against the Russian Federation on Ukraine's soil. And the goal of this war is to unbalance Russia and to implement a regime change in Russia. And I agree to the French historian Emmanuel Todd, who said recently in an interview with the Swiss Weltwoche, Friedrich Merz, the German chancellor, is a Russophobe warmonger. And that's a bad sign in a country that lost two wars and had so much responsibility for millions over millions death in the last century.
I think, Patrick, when we talk about Ukraine, we have to understand the complexity and the reality of the battlefield. And you look at the policies of Europe today. I'm not just talking about Germany, but together with the United Kingdom and France, these uh, important countries when it comes to the support that goes to Ukraine. Do you feel that because looking at Donald Trump and the way that he's talking about the conflict in Ukraine, somehow it shows that he doesn't receive or he doesn't care about the realities on the battleground. How is that going to play out for Europeans? Do they know what's going on there, or they're receiving the same sort of information that we're hearing from Donald Trump?
So I think most European politicians are not able to realize the complexity of this conflict. They lost reality completely. NATO lost the war in Ukraine. The war is lost. And European politicians don't want to accept that because their goal is to help themselves by subordinating under the will of the United States. And they cannot understand from this position of interest the complexity of the Ukraine war. I spoke of a war of 5 dimensions, 5 wars in one. The first is the local dimension. After the coup of Maidan in February 2014, between the federalists and the ultra nationalists and fascists of the western part of the country of Galicia. Then we have the regional level, a war between four states. The Ukraine, run by the coup government in Kiev against the two separatist republics, Lugansk and Donetsk, and the Russian Federation, that backed those separatist republics economically, militarily a bit, and without own troops of their own, and politically. Then we have a geostrategic level, the war between NATO and the leader of a unipolar world model, the United States, against the Russian Federation, backed by China and partly India. And we have a worldwide economic war against Russia and the BRICS states, not only against Russia and not only by implementing sanctions. It is a fight against the lowering of the profit rate, which we can see in all Western countries. The profit rate is dropping down. And now, after the theories of Karl Marx, we can say we can lift up the profit rate again by finding and exploring new markets, cheaper minerals, realigning of the production streets, a cheaper workforce, and all that. And all these points, you can find all these points in Ukraine. And there is one point to lift up the profits of the companies, especially of the military industrial complex and the financial industry, that is to wage a war, to start a war. And then so the capital will, at a gross level, being destroyed, and then the new accumulation can begin. And the fifth war is a war of the leaders of the Western world against their own people. They want to lift up the exploitation rate, and they want to destroy democracy to save themselves in their leading position. That's a point. George Orwell wrote that in his book 1984, and well, it was a dystopian utopia. It was great, and he writes, every war is a war against the people in the warmongers countries, and I think that's completely right.
I think what's happening to Germany, Patrick, is tragic. I was in Germany and 10 years, 12 years ago, and so sad to see what's going on in Germany. And I simply don't understand why does Germany need to go after militarization to, I don't know, invest more in the defense budget and bring a lot of weapons to Germany, while the great success of Germany is getting away from it. And the the industry of Germany, car production, all of these important points in the German economy are somehow disappearing from the scene, from the main concerns, main strategic concerns of Germany. How do you see the German people? Do they really concern about, or are they really concerned of what's going on in Germany?
So I can remember a sentence of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He said once, revolutions can take place when the leading class cannot go on and the suppressed classes the working class don't want to go on. And today in Germany, we are in a position that the leading elite is at its end. They led the country in a dead-end street. But people of Germany want to go on. They still want to go on. There is no consciousness about the deep crisis of the situation. The deindustrialization is running. We are losing jobs, a lot of jobs. A lot of companies are closing. A lot of companies are leaving the country in the direction to the United States or to China or Asia or Hungary. And the people don't want to realize that. It's a kind of blocked conflict. Because looking back in Germany, so much things worked very well. And today, the majority of the German people cannot realize and cannot understand and don't want to believe that the country cannot go on this way any longer. And this is the situation the warmongers and the government brought us in. But it is difficult today. On the one hand, we have, well, um, such a great pressure of propaganda and propaganda media. All my former colleagues, most of my former colleagues are writing and talking and publishing against Russia and for a new war. And they are driving the politicians in front of them. The second point is the ownership of the press. Well, the press in Germany is like in Brazil or in other countries, it's private owned. And these private owners are linked to the industry and they want war. They want war to make money. The political class of Germany is completely transatlantically corrupted. So that means many politicians of Germany today, many members of the political elite, managed their careers via transatlantic organizations like the German Marshall Fund, Young Global Leaders, the Bilderberg conferences, or other transatlantic foundations and organizations. So they cannot imagine to have a career outside the help of the United States. So this is something I mean with transatlantically corrupted. And well, for the majority of the German people, we see a blocked conflict. And this is partly a result of digitalization. Digitalization means that people will be interested in the use of digital offers by non-paid offers. They don't have to pay for these offers, for the information given by the internet. But on the other hand, they are exploited as employees and they are brought into a political alignment with the government by the way the internet sources are informing the people. To get a real impression from the situation in the Donbass, for example, you have to be on the ground. You have to talk to people over there. That's the point. That's the main point. All we see in the German press, what we can read, what we can see in TV, what we can find in the internet, is mostly wrong information. It is propaganda, nothing else. And that's the problem. So the first step for Germans would be to check the personal information sources and to change the information sources to come closer to the new media, to the alternative media, and not to the the mainstream media. The mainstream media are presenter of NATO propaganda, nothing else. And people cannot make, they must be clear in their brain that the internet is not a good information source. You have to be on the ground and to talk to people. You must have sources of the first level and not of the second level. That's an important point. And on the psychologic level, Germans have a guilt complex, not against the Russians, but against the Jews. And this is completely right. We killed millions of Jews, but we also killed millions of Russians. And this is not clear in German public. So, and the invasion of the Russian army into Ukraine in order to help the two separatist republics in 2022 brought many Germans into a position of exculpation, because now it was easy to say the Russians are guilty and responsible, not we Germans. And this is a kind of psychological easing for Germans. And that makes the propaganda so easy to come into the brains and the hearts of Germans. And today I see a situation that the majority of the German people don't want to understand that this conflict has a long history. But this is the first step to find a peace solution. So we are far away from peace. I agree to the American analyst Martin Armstrong, who expected a invasion of NATO in Ukraine in the next year with 250,000 soldiers. And I expect a provocation case against Russia in the Baltic Sea during the winter half year. And well, I'm reckoning with a great European war because the ruling elites want war. And the German people don't want to stand up to the ruling elites.
You mentioned Martin Armstrong. He was on this podcast. We talk about the same issue that you've mentioned. But when it comes to the realities on the ground, Patrick, Donald Trump tweeted 2 days ago that since January this year, Russian part lose the casualties on the part of Russians were 112,000 soldiers, while the Ukrainian side lost something like 8,000 soldiers. Is that the case in the mind of the people in Europe? In the mind of, I would say, in the mind of the European leaders? Or what is your take on the realities on the ground in Ukraine?
I was on the ground several times, and I talked to Ukraine soldiers who changed the side of the conflict and are now fighting for Russia as part of the Russian army. And those soldiers told me that the casualties of the Ukraine side are huge. And the reason is simple to understand for that. The Russians have so much more missiles, so much more artillery, and in the meantime, so much more drones. And this is a war of complete surveillance of the war theater by satellite, by drones. And it is a war of artillery, of missiles, and of drones. And, well, the official numbers of casualties are top secret on both sides. But there are non-government organizations on both sides that are counting the graves. And this is, I think, an exact sign. And the second exact sign is the exchange of war prisoners. And the Russian side made so much more war prisoners in a range of 10 to 1, at least 10 to 1, sometimes 20 to 1. That means the Russian side has not so much casualties and losses as the Ukrainian side has. According to the CIA, we can count 1.4 million deaths on both sides, including both sides. And I think we see more than 1 million killed soldiers on the Ukraine side, and I estimate 150,000 up to 200,000 death soldiers on the Russian side.
And is that, do you think that the Europeans and European leader care about it? What's going on?
No. The former Mexican president, Obrador, said, "We are delivering the weapons, you are delivering the bodies." And that's cynical. And I agree to that. And well, many people in the West, US senators, or the publisher of the British Economist, said very open, Ukraine people is dying for the interest of the West. And that means that we are treating Ukraine people as a kind of subhumans. And this is racism, nothing else. It's racism, because our position is let them die. It's better the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian soldiers are dying than our soldiers. And they said it openly. They said it openly. And this is racism. And in Germany, this is a crime. So all these warmongers in politics and at the editorial boards in Germany must go to prison, from my point of view. They must sentenced and they must go to prison.
How do you see the interactions between Europe and the Trump administration? Many believe that Trump wants to do something in Ukraine, but Europeans are pushing so much for the continuation of the conflict. That's why the United States was not able so far to make any sort of change in Ukraine. But the other part would be, if Donald Trump is that much powerful, he could have done it in spite of having these Europeans going against him. How do you see it? What is the dynamic between the two parties, Europe and the United States, and the way they're communicating to each other towards the conflict in Ukraine?
I think the dynamic between the two parties is a team play with different roles. From my point of view, the transatlantic split is a myth, nothing else. I think Washington managed, the Trump administration managed to Europeanize this war. In spring 2022, a secret file of the Rand Corporation was published. And this was a file addressed to the CIA, the White House, the administration, and the experts of Rand wrote, to help American economy, we can see only one way. We must Europe and especially Germany force to invest in the United States and to transfer economic and production facilities back to the United States. And the only way to do is to cut Germany away from the cheap Russian energy supplies. And the only way to do that is to bring Germany into a position to support a war in Ukraine. And from this point of view, for Washington, everything works perfect. And now the Germans are in a position that they have to invest in the United States. See the last deal between Ursula von der Leyen and Donald Trump. They have to invest, they promise to invest millions and millions in the United States, to buy weapons in the United States, and to give up production facilities to the United States. And this is exactly what the Rand Corporation wrote. And this is managed by transatlantically corrupted elites in Europe and especially in Germany. Let's take our Chancellor Friedrich Merz. He's just a former employee of BlackRock. And he's the representative of the financial industry of the United States and the military industrial complex of the United States in Germany as a leader. And he makes Germany a vassal of the United States with high risk. Or take the vice chancellor of Germany from the Social Democratic Party, Lars Klingbeil. He made an internship at the foundation of the SPD, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation in Washington, and he made internships over there at American NGOs and American members of parliament, members of Congress, who were linked to the CIA. He is a further man of the United States in Germany as vice chancellor. Those people cannot represent the interest of German people. It's impossible. And the reason for that is, it's long ago, in the year 2003, the former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, French President Jacques Chirac, and the Russian President Vladimir Putin refused to join the illegal attack of the United States and some other states against Iraq. And this was a warning sign in Washington. Something like that should never, ever happen again. And so they tried to bring our academic elites on a transatlantic way of thinking. And that works in our universities, in the churches, in the schools, in the so-called non-government organizations who are mostly run or organized by the state. And in the state administration itself, we have a lot of people who made their careers in cooperation with transatlantic organizations. And today we have these transatlantic elites. We don't have a German elite. And the second point is the reforms under Chancellor Schröder in the year 2002. According to these reforms, when German lenders sold their industrial shares, it was tax-free, completely tax-free. And the result was German banks sold their industrial shares and financed structured papers and made, well, games at the stock exchange. That brought Germany deeper into the financial crisis and opened the possibility for American hedge funds and financial investors to buy industrial shares in Germany. Today we see a situation that not a single company in, well, the important companies on stock exchange in Frankfurt, not a single company is without American influence. They have influence on any company. That means our economy is not owned by Germans. It is owned by the United States. And so they can influence the whole process, the production process. And well, we need a complete reform of that. That's the point. And we are sold out. We are a country completely sold out to the United States, a country of slaves, not only of vessels, of slaves. Because Washington managed to bring us into a position of a front state in the Ukraine war. Everything what is done at the front lines, the missiles, the artillery, is managed by American soldiers in Germany's city of Wiesbaden. Everything. And so we are in the focus of Russian nuclear missiles because of that. And that was managed by the United States with the help of German politicians. So they sold out their own countries, and we are slaves of the United States in this war. That's the point.
I think the escalations before the meeting, we had a meeting between Steve Witkoff and Vladimir Putin, but before this meeting happening, we had Donald Trump announcing that he's sending nuclear submarines close to Russia and sending nukes again after years, after 1980s, they withdrew the nukes from Europe and they're sending them back to Europe. I think when it comes to this sort of activity, these sort of positions on the part of the United States and the way that they're trying to intimidate Russia to put pressure on Russia, but after all, they're talking about nukes, they're talking about nuclear weapons. The use of these weapons can destroy Europe.
Yes.
Can I don't know if anybody in Europe cares about the gravity of what's going on, because you talk about you remember the attack on Russian nuclear bombers. They attack Russian nuclear bombers. If it wasn't, I assume that Russia was so patient to react to that sort of activity on Russian soil. But if things escalate and the way that it is that happening right now, I don't see I don't see Europe in the whole situation, in the whole picture. I don't see Europe arguing that we are in the vicinity, we are here in the neighborhood, and any sort of war, nuclear war, could destroy all of Europe.
Yes, I agree. Europe, especially Germany, is run not by responsible politicians, but by gamblers. And it is very impressive that those gamblers have a kind of apocalyptic blindness. They cannot see the responsibility they have, and that cannot oversee the outcome of their decisions. So concerning the submarines, the missiles aboard of these submarines have a range of 15,000 kilometers. It doesn't matter where they are. They will hit the country, the enemy country. From my point of view, it is a sign of frustration in the Trump administration. Trump shows the behavior and the negotiation tactic of a New York real estate broker, threatening the other side and hoping the other side will react. And this does not work with the Kremlin, because the Kremlin plans absolutely rational, and there is no trust between both sides. That means when there is no trust, you cannot negotiate. It's impossible, because every negotiation relies upon the trust between the bosses. on the table. We had that situation between the young John F. Kennedy as the President of the United States and the old man Khrushchev on the other side during the Cuban crisis. In the negotiation process, they found a way of trusting each other. And now this trust is completely destroyed because the Russian side says we were betrayed several times. We were betrayed with the Maidan coup. We were betrayed with the Minsk process. We were betrayed with the peace negotiations in Istanbul by Boris Johnson. We were betrayed, so we cannot trust. We can trust in our submarines, in our nuclear forces, and we can trust in the 700,000 soldiers on Ukraine soil we have. That's the point. And Putin will stay at his demands. The first demand is Ukraine must stay neutral. A NATO membership for Ukraine is for the Kremlin not acceptable, and for the Russian people not acceptable. Absolutely not. Putin is backed by the majority of the Russian people. The second point is the West has to accept the realities on the ground. That means the 4 conquered oblasts will be part of the Russian Federation. And the team leader of the Russian delegation in Istanbul recently said to the Ukraine side, okay, we separate right now. Next time, we don't talk about 4 oblasts. We
You
will
mean
talk about,
Medinsky? Yeah.
yes, we will talk about 8 oblasts. And this is, well, what will happen? So the Russian troops make progress, and Putin is not in a hurry for negotiations because of this progress. And the third demand of Moscow is we want a regime change in Kiev. We don't accept the government of Zelensky. We won't negotiate with Zelensky. And at the point after the talks Witkoff had recently in the Kremlin, it is very clear that the Western side don't want to discuss the point the Ukraine must stay out of NATO, a neutral Ukraine. And this is the main demand of the Russian side. The Russian side want to meet a new geopolitical order on European soil, a new peace order, a new geostrategic and an order of power, a new order of power. And this is something the West don't want. The West makes show offers during a negotiation process, and at the same time, he tries to hold Russia under pressure. The long-term goal of NATO is to unbalance Russia, to destroy Russia and to create several small states, and to implement a regime change in Russia. And this is something, it's in the interest of the United States, because the United States have accepted a multipolar world, but they want to be the strongest player in this multipolar world. And so they want to have the biggest claim in this world. And the goal is to Europeanize the Ukraine war and then to make a U-turn to the biggest enemy, and that's China. And so the other problems, leave it to the Europes. They can do their war on their own cost. And we are making the big game with China. That's the position of Trump. And our European leaders are destroying their own countries in following the United States. That's the point.
You mentioned what Russia think about the way that Russia thinks about the conflict in Ukraine and any settlement that could, the realities in the mind of Russians. But do you know what Europe wants? What is the main points that Europe wants to make in any sort of settlement in Ukraine?
So the strongest state in Europe is Germany, and one of the biggest states. And we are in a difficult situation. We are in an economic decline, and our production facilities will more and more go to China and to the United States. That's in the interest of China and in the interest of the United States, but not in our own interest. So for our leaders, the solution is to invest in the military industrial complex as the only possible solution. And in this difficult situation, they are losing the war in Ukraine and they are under pressure of the United States and the Trump administration. They are searching a way in the middle of between. And this is an investment in the military industrial complex in the hope we can, as Europeans, someday conquer a big part of Ukraine to get the Ukraine minerals, the Ukraine gas reserves and oil reserves, the black earth, to make our farm investments better, our food industry better. And this is a small hope, and this leads us to a new war in Europe. So, but there is no resistance of the people of Germany. They are sleeping into the next war. They don't want to believe that that we are led in a wrong way. They elected Friedrich Merz. I didn't, but many people elected Friedrich Merz. So they have to live with Friedrich Merz. And those people who don't want to demonstrate and to protest against the warmongers will die in the wars to come. Because responsible for all the casualties are not only the decision-making politicians. Responsible for all the casualties are those who didn't want to stop these politicians. And that's the situation in Germany. A country is going in a third world war, in a third war on European soil. And it will find a bad end, from my point of view.
I think what's going on in Ukraine is an alarm for the European countries, because they have to decide what do they want to be in the future. Because you look at Ukraine, as you mentioned, the situation is not that good for European.
Yes.
And they have invested a lot. They have sent a lot of weapons, invested. They sent their money, their taxpayers' money to Ukraine. They couldn't achieve anything so far. And the United States, I don't know, how did you find the meeting between Steve Witkoff and Vladimir Putin? If we assume something happens, what's so amazing to me? If they get something in Ukraine, Europe gonna lose. If they continue the conflict, Europe gonna lose, especially Germany. And I would argue if they reach an agreement, they will lose, but lose less than with the concept of the continuation of the conflict. You know, what do they want to be? What is the future for Europe? Do they want to be the same thing against China? This is a huge decision on the part of Europeans. They have to decide about these big issues going forward.
Those politicians are ready to destroy their own countries to be pleased by the United States, because their careers depend on the United States. And without the United States and the support of their friends in Washington, They are nothing. And so what we need in Germany and in Europe as a whole is an exchange of our elites. So no single politician of the ruling party cartel in Germany is in a position to stop this war. They all are transatlantically corrupted, completely. So the voters must send those politicians, the complete ruling party cartel, into the garbage can of history. But I don't see that this will work. On the other hand, we have, as the single opposition party, the AfD, Alternative for Germany. And this party has partly more than 20% of the voters. And in the end of the show, the Americans will try to transform the AfD into a transatlantic party. And then the show will go on. And the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht in Germany the lefties, did not manage to present themselves as a peace party because they joined coalitions on a regional level with warmonger parties, with the SPD and with the CDU. And what's that? So the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht destroyed itself. And now we have no opposition. Germany today is a country without opposition and a sleeping majority. And the dissidents like me, are really under pressure in public, really under pressure. That's the situation in Germany today. And I see no way out at the moment. But aboard a ship, everybody's complaining about everything. When the sailors are completely quiet, then uprising is in the air. And that's my only hope. Probably uprising is in the air. But when, where, how? I don't know. So for my own country, I don't have any hope.
Patrick, you mentioned AfD and Alternative for Germany, for Deutschland. Do you feel that we're going to see, if they get somehow they manage to get a power in Germany, are they going to be the same way that we have been witnessing with the case of Meloni in Italy, or you see the same thing happening in Germany, or you see something different coming to power in Germany?
I said I don't see any solution for the German political and party system.
I
We have
wanted you
two.
to compare the AfD and their proposal, their sort of mindset, to what's going on in Italy with Meloni, because Meloni was so much, everybody was talking when she was going to come to power and being elected. Everybody was talking, "Ah, she's gonna change it. She's gonna go against the 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 the, the, the United States foreign policy in Ukraine and all that." Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. Is that the case with AfD, in your opinion?
Yes, I think so. Miss Meloni made her first visit in Washington, and she came back as another person. And I think if the AfD will not be forbidden in Germany, which is a real possibility, and the AfD will get into a position to form a coalition with the Christian Democrats and will bring somebody in a position as foreign minister, he will make, or she will make, his first visit in Washington and will come back as another person, and the show will go on. So the AfD, from my point of view, is not a fascist party. It is a neoliberal party, a right-wing party, yes, a neoliberal party. It is a party who wants peace with Russia, But the AfD want to boost military expenses. They wanted to boost that at the level of 5% of the national gross product. And now we have that situation. It is not a peace party. It could have been a partner in finding a way to peace with Russia, but this show is over for me. It's too late. We lost the momentum. And well, after voting for AfD in the next elections to come, will lead to a big political frustration by a lot of people, by a lot of voters. They will go on, as we see, with the Ukraine war, and they will go with the surrender under the interests of Washington. They will go on. That's all. And that's why I said Germany today is a country without an opposition. We had a peace demonstration right here in Berlin in this dangerous situation with, I think, let me say, 10,000 participants. We need 1 million participants. We are in danger as Germany, as the country as a whole. We are in danger. But where are these people? They are sleeping. They are sitting in front of their TVs and their computers. And this is not enough to bring back peace to Europe. If you want peace, you have to fight for peace. And I don't see those fighters. And, well, some intellectuals are trying to make peace books. I don't want to join that because I'm too negative to show a way to peace. But I can analyze the situation. And the situation in Europe is very dangerous. And I think NATO will start a war against Russia. They want war. And the first victim of this new Third World War is Ukraine and the Ukraine people. I'm very sorry of the Ukraine people because I have friends over there. And some friends of mine are lost in action, probably killed in action. And the next victim will be the German people. But people don't want to see that. Especially the younger people don't want to see that. I'm an old man. I would die through some bombs, but the younger ones will die at the front line of the upcoming war. And if there will be future generations, we both, Nima and me, we will be seen as the generation who witnessed the beginning of the Third World War. And hopefully, we will not be seen as those people who didn't manage to avoid the Third World War. So we are responsible. That's our task, to avoid a Third World War against the majority of warmongers and idiots, political idiots.
I think the signs is because after the meeting between Steve Witkoff and Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump came out and said everything's fine and we are doing some sort of progress. But looking at the way that the establishment in the United States has invested in Ukraine together with Europeans, as you mentioned, I don't see any sort of sign that that could bring some sort of sanity to what's going on in Ukraine. Even if they manage something in Ukraine, some sort of agreement, that is not the end of the conflict.
Yes.
They want to continue it. Do you see that sign?
I think the Trump administration is struggling on domestic ground against two enemies. The first enemy is the administration as a whole. And most employees of this of the US administration are neocons. They want to have their war on Ukraine soil, and they want unbalanced Russia at every price. And when the price is the destruction of Europe, so what? It's not America. They want war. And Mr. Trump is under pressure to lose the majority in both chambers of parliament, in his own party, in the Republican Party, because you have a lot of warmongers in the Republican Party. So he's under double pressure, under the pressure of the administration that is neocon influenced, and under pressure of his own party, which is also very neocon. And he has to satisfy his own party first, because he's in a situation he could lose the majority in the parliament. That's a problem for him. And so I think the possible meeting between Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump will be just a show. A show. Putin don't want to refuse such a meeting, but he will stay with his demands. I explained that. And on the other hand, Mr. Trump will force Mr. Putin to agree to a ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire in Ukraine, which the Kremlin will not do at any price. They won't do that, because the only interest in a ceasefire is to rearm Ukraine and to start a new game on Ukraine's soil. So, and then Mr. Trump will go home and say, okay, we cannot talk to Putin. We cannot negotiate with him. We have to increase pressure, more sanctions, and he will allow and support a European military engagement in Ukraine. So that's, from my point of view, the result. I don't expect too much from these talks between Trump and Putin. So it's an open situation, but there is no trust between these guys, no trust. And the first step is to create a bit trust. And this is a long process, and you have to go step by step. And Mr. Trump has 3 more years. It's not time enough.
You know what's so strange, Patrick, about the meeting between the two presidents? I see every meeting as a good sign, but you have to have the technical teams talking to each other, then making some sort of agreement before these sort of meetings between the two presidents happen. No, that is not the case in Ukraine.
Yes.
They haven't
Yes.
reached any sort of agreement. They don't know what the other. They, the United States has decided to leave the scene and don't. They didn't negotiate with Russia. It's Zelensky and his administration that they're negotiating, talking with Russian side, and they're talking about the exchanging the prisoners, the corpses, all of these things. Nothing of the importance of what's going on in Ukraine has been agreed on so far between the two parties, and I don't know what can we supposed to expect from the meeting between the two presidents. Nothing.
Yes.
I
The only solution, we in the Ukraine war, we are in a dead end street, and the only solution is war. Normally, the teams of both sides are working for weeks and months, day and night, to find a common solution, to find an agreement. And then the presidents will meet and they make, well, some changement at the whole thing, but the papers, the files are ready. And after 6 hours or 7 hours, they will go to the press and they will say, we have a proper deal. And now the photographs can come, the cameras can come and film that, and they will, well, in the interview say the same thing. It's good for our countries. We found a peace deal. It's very good for America, and it is very good for Russia. And I found a new friend in the American president, and I found a new friend in the Russian president, and now we are friends and all that shit. But it doesn't happen this way. So no team meeting, nothing. And well, we are in a situation that the Kremlin is working very smart, very rational, and very professional on this question, Ukraine war. They know exactly what they want. And the American side is, I have to say that, very unprofessional. And this is dangerous. Then a professional can avoid mistakes, and an unprofessional don't see his own mistakes while making. And that's the difficult situation. It's a dangerous situation. We are running into a war because we are led by unprofessionals. And in Europe as a whole, we have the same scene, unprofessionals. It's a laugh. Starmer, he lost majority. He lost his credibility in his own people completely. Macron, it's a laugh in Paris. Listen to people. They are laughing about him. And Chancellor Merz says in front of the cameras, the Israeli army is doing the dirty work for us. Well, it is an illegal war in Gaza.
Sad. It's so
And
sad.
that's, well, people in South America, in Africa, in Asia, they will never forgive what the West did in Gaza and in Ukraine. They will never forgive, and it will not be forgotten. So we are morally completely corrupted with these leaders, and they have to go to the garbage can of history. But, well, the majority of voters voted for them. That's the situation in Germany. And, well, I'm very unhappy about that. It's a very sad situation.
Patrick, before wrapping up this session, you mentioned the case of Gaza. Do you see Europe changing? Because they're talking about the recognition of a Palestinian state. What does that mean? What does that mean for the Europe's policy in the Middle East? After all, it seems that they try to show somehow they have different ideas, different opinion on what's going on in Gaza, considering the view of Washington. But do you see any sort of difference in their position,
It's
considering
just,
what it?
well,
Yeah.
I think this is just public relation. There is no Palestinian state. What does that mean to recognize a Palestinian state? We have so many United Nations resolutions. Nothing happened on the ground. What we see on the ground is a genocide in Gaza and settler colonialism in the West Bank. That is what we see. They want to press out the Palestinians, and we are running in the Middle East in an endless new war. They are trying. They tried to destroy Iran with this illegal attack. And the backfire of Iran was so strong that they had to stop the attack. What does that mean? That means we cannot, the West cannot get through with its politics in the Middle East. And there was a warning from Islamabad, from Pakistan. They warned, when Israel is using nuclear weapons against Iran, we will use nuclear weapons against Israel. That was a clear warning. And so they stopped this show. But tomorrow is another day. They will try again, because The United States see Israel as the sheriff of the United States in the Middle East in this role. And the Europeans don't play a separate role. They are aligning with the interests of the United States. Look at the German government. They are part of a illegal war of Israel against Gaza by shipping weapons and all that political support. And now genocide, it is a crime that can be prosecuted in any country. Imagine a situation, an official of the German Foreign Office, the German Foreign Ministry, is making with his family a journey to South Africa or Brazil. This official of the German Foreign Office can be detained and imprisoned and sent to court. And there is a very big rumor in the Foreign Office because the officials on the second and third level are full of fear. They can be detained in any country of this world. So they have to stay at home. And so our government is completely in a dependence of the United States and goes on with this policy because we have no public pressure against the warmongers. That is also the case in the Gaza war. There's no public pressure. And what we need is public pressure. It's the only way, because the ruling party cartel is, from my point of view, completely degenerated. We have a political class who cannot manage the tasks they have to manage. They are not able to do that. They cannot feel their responsibility. They can fill up their pockets, nothing more. So we need a new political class. We need an exchange of elites in Germany and in Europe as a whole. But at the moment, I don't see the alternative.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Patrick.
I'm
being with
sorry, I
us.
cannot give any hope.
Yeah, it's not hopeful, the situation. Yeah, you have to stay with the reality of what's going on.
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah. Thank you
Thanks very
so much.
much. It was a great pleasure to speak with you.
My
Hope we
pleasure.
can repeat the
Yeah.
conversation. It was a great pleasure.
Yeah. See you soon, Patrick.
See you soon. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. We are joined again by Brian Berletic, former U.S. Marine, geopolitical analyst, and also the host of the new Atlas, which I will leave a link to in the description. So welcome back to the program.
Thank you so much for having me back.
So I could have added you now reside in Thailand, which fits very well the topic of today's conversation, which is, well, more specifically, the border conflict between Thailand and Cambodia, which many people, including myself, have I would say, a poor understanding of. So I was hoping, yeah, you can shed some light on this, because it does have many layers. You have this bilateral tensions or conflict, but as in all strategic regions, you will have always some interest by the great powers, who will then often use these local conflicts to its own advantage. I was wondering if you could perhaps maybe start to outline the roots of this conflict. It's often presented as a conflict over temples, or how would you, I guess, how would you explain it?
It is a border dispute. It's rooted in French colonialism. The French, just like the British all around the world, left these ticking time bombs carelessly or deliberately, drawing up maps that would ensure future division and conflicts after they left the region. And there are spots along the Thai-Cambodian border that are in dispute. There are these ancient temples that are there that are contested, and then the territory around the temples are contested. And this is because this issue has been brought over the years to international institutions, Western institutions posing as international institutions, and their decisions were deliberately ambiguous to maintain an unresolved ticking time bomb of a border dispute. And so the temples are recognized as Cambodian, and the territory surrounding the temples are recognized as Thai. So you can see how deliberately this has been set up and left as a ticking time bomb. Nobody genuinely trying to resolve this issue would have left it that way otherwise. However, this is not why there is conflict taking place right now. This has been an issue, a border issue, since the early 1900s. And for the vast majority of time, including especially, we should focus on the 21st century, this has not been a point of contention. There has been vastly more peace in this area than conflict, and it only flares up at very specific times. And it only seems to flare up at junctures where the US is trying to work a client regime into power here in Thailand, or a US-backed client regime is being removed from power here. This border issue, along with extremely ugly violence in Thailand's deep south, separatist violence, as well as internal pressure by NED, US National Endowment for Democracy funded organizations, they will create pressure within. And so the US has an array of pressure points that they start pushing on when they're not getting their way with Thailand. People have to understand there are nations the US controls entirely, like Ukraine, where it's just an extension of US power. There are nations that the US has almost no influence over at all, nations like Russia and China. But in between, there's a spectrum where nations lie, where the US has some influence, but there are institutions, political parties, special interests within a country that are preserving their sovereignty against this influence. This influence the US is reaching in and taking inside the country. Thailand is one of those countries. So there are the military, the monarchy, there are special interest businesses that want to preserve Thailand and its sovereignty. And the US has built up political opposition groups, political parties. There's two big political parties led by two billionaires, Thaksin Shinawatra, Thanathorn Juangruangruangkit, these two billionaires. And they are trying to get them into power, consolidate control over Thailand, and then pivot it away from China, because it has a really close and growing relationship with China, and turn Thailand into a battering ram against China, like they have with the Philippines, or as they have with Ukraine against Russia. So it's very important for people to understand it. It's not as black and white as Cambodia has Chinese weapons, they're backed by China. Thailand is using F-16s in this conflict. Those come from the US, so the US is backing Thailand. It's simply not true. And at this point, both countries have a close relationship with China. And I guess we're kind of going into the geopolitical aspect, the big picture of this. Both nations have bought weapons from China. They have a close relationship with China, but Thailand's relationship with China is much larger than with the US, and much larger than Cambodia's relationship is with China.
What is the inner working then of Thailand? How great influence is that of America? Because you mentioned they're on the spectrum. Is it primarily then through these NGOs, or is it direct business interest or financing of certain political leaders, or where does it get its influence from?
Yes, it is the National Endowment for Democracy, USAID, which are still active here in Taiwan, despite the misconception that it's been defunded and dismantled. They build up a network of political support for political parties the U.S. is also backing. So the U.S. through the NED has created media networks. They have infiltrated the education system through NED funding. And so they hold tremendous sway over the media and education. And then they also pour millions of dollars into these political opposition groups. The Thaksin Shinawatra, this billionaire who is de facto leader of the current ruling party in the coalition government in Thailand, and also Thanathorn Juangruangruangkit, which is a large party in opposition in the Thai parliament. And but I say de facto because again, the Thai military has tried to remove these U.S. proxies at various points in recent years. There was a coup to oust Thaksin in 2006. There was another one in 2014 to oust his sister. His daughter is prime minister now, even though he openly runs everything illegally, I might add. And the Western media reports on this, and they don't really bring that point up. So that is how they're doing it. They're doing it through information space and the political space. The Thai military is an independent institution that serves as a check and balance against complete political control being exercised over all of Thailand. And so there are certain red lines that cannot be crossed. And that is how this current border issue flared up. Thaksin Shinawatra, his daughter, were making concessions to the Cambodian government regarding this disputed territory that the Thai people never agreed to or even were given an opportunity to debate. And territorial concessions that the Thai military was simply not going to accept. And so what they did was they conspired with Cambodia to put the Thai military into a position where now they are forced to fight this conflict. And it is a senseless conflict that does not need to be fought. And as I said in the past, 2008, 2011, these were other junctures where Thailand's, if you want to call it a deep state, was trying to remove this US-backed client regime. And then suddenly this violence flares up. It is being coordinated between Thaksin Shinawatra and the government of Cambodia. Hun Sen is president of the Senate. His son is prime minister of Cambodia, and they are close family, friends, and political allies with Thaksin Shinawatra and his political organization here in Thailand. People are claiming that there is some sort of fallout between the two, but again, in 2008 and 2011, they were very close together, and this violence took place anyway. So the timing is very suspicious, and it looks like the U.S. is using a very similar strategy on Thailand that it uses to other countries. Strategies we're familiar with. I've talked about the Rand Corporation and the Extending Russia policy paper, where they have all of these options to put pressure on Russia everywhere along its periphery, geopolitically, economically, socially, and in every realm that they can. They do the same thing to other countries like Thailand. It's just not covered as widely as this conflict between the U.S. and Russia.
And well, given that the main geopolitical or even geoeconomic rivalries between the United States and China, what is the main objective what does America need Thailand for in this regard?
Well, it's not that the U.S. needs specifically Thailand. It needs all of Southeast Asia the same way it needs Europe to transform into battering rams and use against Russia. They want to do the same thing here with Southeast Asia against China. In the Philippines, they've already succeeded. If they cannot politically capture a targeted nation, say like Myanmar, which is Thailand's neighbor to the west, if they cannot politically capture it, they will then just create a violent conflict that creates a quasi-failed state that denies a constructive partner for China to trade with, to invest in, to build up its Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure across. And so that is the strategy that they're using across all of Southeast Asia, including here in Thailand.
What do we know, by the way, so far about the extent of damage or the casualties? Is it one side dominating the other, or because the Thailand appears to have some military superiority, at least a stronger army and technical, the equipment. But how is the situation there, and how durable is it for this to go on for a long time?
I don't think historically these clashes do not go on for a long time, although this seems much more serious and more intense. Thailand is a larger country. Its population is 4 times greater than Cambodia. Its military is about 3 times larger, 3 to 5 times more powerful. The GDP is 12 times greater than Cambodia. There's 70 million people here in Thailand. There's 17 million people in Cambodia, just to give you an idea. And the military forces, when you put them on paper, it is lopsided in Thailand's favor. But the Thai military does not want to escalate this out of control. They were kind of forced into this conflict in the first place, and they're being very measured in the response to Cambodia. Civilian casualties, however, are higher on the Thai side because Cambodia is using multiple launch rocket systems, BM-21s. These are Grad rockets. They're unguided rockets. They cause area effect damage. They fire it at a general area, and then everything in that area gets damaged, and people are maimed and killed in that area. They cannot hit a specific target with these systems, and this is primarily what they are using. And then Thailand responds with counter battery operations to target these rocket launchers. There's positional fighting along the border. Troops are entrenched on both sides. And so the majority of Thai casualties are coming from that type of fighting. The majority of Cambodian military casualties are coming from Thailand's use of artillery and airstrikes to target these rocket launchers. And then again, because the Cambodian side is using indiscriminate multiple launch rocket fire, it's hitting people's homes. There's footage of a 7-Eleven, a gas station. 2 hospitals have now been severely damaged by this rocket fire. Over 100,000 people have had to evacuate the area to refugee camps, essentially. In terms of numbers, the last time I checked, it was 14 civilians killed on the Thai side. Cambodia is not reporting on their side, although they have reported military losses, including a general who was killed over the last several days. So civilian casualties, it seems lopsided on the Thai side because of the indiscriminate rocket fire. Military casualties on the Cambodian side. The fighting, the territorial game seems to be stalemated at the moment.
Yeah, so, well, something you posted, the BBC reporting on Thai airstrikes on Cambodia, complemented with pictures of the attack on Thailand. So I thought this was an interesting spin, but how are Western countries, besides the United States, though, positioning themselves in this conflict? Do they have as much skin in the game as the Americans?
It's hard to tell at these early stages. As we know, the Western media likes to play games. For example, at the beginning of the Arab Spring, even though a lot of these Western media organizations in years prior worked with the State Department to prepare the protests, when they started, they pretended like they had no idea what was going on. So there's a lot of that. There's this narrative that I see taking shape across the Western media, trying to claim Thailand is US backed, Cambodia is Chinese backed. In some cases, they are reporting that Cambodia struck first. And so what they're trying to do is implicate China in this aggression against Thailand. And then again, the use of indiscriminate rocket attacks on Thai populated areas. And so you can see how they're creating confusion. They're not sorting this out. They're not zooming out and looking at the big picture. They're not talking about the division here in Thailand between the Thai military and the civilian government, the fact that the US has been behind the civilian government, this billionaire and his various political parties for the entire 21st century. He was prime minister as early as 2001, and the US was fully behind him even back then. And so it's a muddled picture, and it's a lot for people to wade through. And that's why I'm posting all of this information, even though there's a lot of it. People need to understand the background. It's a little bit more complicated than, say, the conflict in Ukraine, where it is just outright a US proxy war with a US proxy against Russia. It's a little bit more complicated, and the goal is a little bit harder to define. I would say the US simply wants to create conflicts. It sets the whole region back. This is a time where all of Asia is working together and rising together with China. We have countless US policy papers on the US State Department's Office of the Historian website, where they literally say, our goal is to keep Asia poor. Well, how do you do that? You interfere internally and divide these countries internally against themselves, and then you pit them against their neighbors. And that is exactly what this is a part of. That is the strategy they're using.
Is it working though in Thailand? How do they see this? Again, I know this it's hard to speak on behalf of all of them, but how is this portrayed in the media? Is it do they see this as you said, what America wants to sell this as, like a Chinese-backed Cambodia, which fuels some I guess, negative sentiment towards China, or do they see America as a puppeteer? Is it mainly seen as a bilateral conflict between the Cambodians and the Thai, or do they see their political leadership as being flawed as well? Or how is this being received on the Thai side?
It's a good question. I would say it's seen as a bilateral conflict, and it is creating division between Thai people and Cambodian people, and that is on both sides, because I checked the media on both sides, and there is a deliberate attempt to stir up animosity against the other state, which for the region as a whole, for China, for all of Asia, that will set things back, and that is a deliberate objective of a conflict like this. There is a large group of people in Thailand who know the current government is backed by the US. There were actually protests not that long ago against this current US-backed government. A lot of people were looking in the news and they saw the protesters out and they were wondering, are these NED-backed? No, these are the protesters that come out to protest against the NED-backed political parties that are installed into power. And there have been color revolutions here, NED-backed color revolutions, and then there have been Thai-backed counter-color revolutions. So it's very important to sort out who is who and what's going on when you see these protests. So there is a large segment of the population that knows there's a little bit more to this. They know that I mean, of course, the Cambodian government played a role in precipitating this, but they also recognize the current civilian government as complicit in this as well. So they're not just rallying behind this current government, although they are outraged when they see Thai people being burned to death in a 7-Eleven, young people as clerks just trying to get their life started over a senseless conflict that was avoidable from the very beginning.
Well, there's now ceasefire talks being mediated, or they're meeting in Malaysia. I assume this is because Malaysia is chairing the ASEAN, but to what extent is this moving forward? If it doesn't seem as if either side has much to gain from making this a prolonged war.
Yes, well, I think that the Thai military ultimately has an unofficial veto they get to exercise. So if they feel like there needs to be something accomplished militarily, then they will continue. And they are at odds with this civilian government, and the civilian government has no legitimacy because it has been built up and installed into power by foreign interests. And so the representatives of this civilian government are in Malaysia. You're correct; it's because Malaysia holds the ASEAN chair. Attending this are representatives from China, but also from the United States. And you have to ask yourself, why? China, it makes sense because this is their region. Why is the United States there? People have to ask themselves, why do they get an invitation and a table at these talks? Very suspicious, very telling, I would say. I think, as has been the case in the past, this will be resolved bilaterally. But it depends on what the ultimate goal was of provoking this in the first place. If the US and the client regime they put into power, or whatever deal that they made with Hun Sen in Cambodia, or whatever that objective is, if they haven't achieved it, then they may continue this regardless of what happens with these talks in Malaysia. So we have to keep a very close eye on it.
I see also Trump has put himself into this by calling for the sides to accept a ceasefire. Of course, it's always a bit unclear what is actually happening. He also took credit for stopping the conflict between India and Pakistan, even though what I hear from both India and Pakistan that he had nothing to do with it. So it is everything with a grain of salt, I guess. But what is the U.S. position now? Does it seek to reduce this, or what is the United States doing to actually end the conflict?
Well, if you look at the U.S.-backed political parties, there's one that's in power, there's one that's in opposition, because they've divided them, and they're using like a good cop, bad cop approach, where the one in power right now seems more moderate and reconciliatory with the interests here in Thailand. The other one wants to overthrow the military and monarchy, and so that's how they've divided it and try to advance their agenda. If you look at the U.S.-backed party in opposition is called People's Party. They want this. As soon as President Trump made his announcement, they immediately repeated it. They said, this needs to end. We have to protect our trade with the United States. And they want to rush through negotiations over the tariffs. And as we see with other countries, the tariff deal the U.S. is making is really just extortion. And then it's a lopsided deal. The U.S. gets all the benefits, and the receiving country receives none of the benefits. They still get tariffs. They have to remove all trade barriers for the U.S., and then they don't even get to apply their own standards for incoming imports from the U.S. So this is what Thailand is being told. You need to wrap this up so you can do this trade deal. And so it's whether it's intentional or not, it's serving as a distraction away from that, and there's no proper debates or opportunity to protest this tariff deal as it's being pushed through at the same time this conflict is taking place.
And what is the role of China? Again, I thought it was interesting from the photos of the peace talks in Malaysia that you do have the United States and China sitting in the back. But well, what is the role of China in all of this? Because again, they're not having any bloc politics ambitions. So what is what are their contribution here?
Yeah, it's hard to say. China, just as they always do, they're not taking sides. They urge both sides to stop fighting, to reconcile. I think their message really has been to settle it bilaterally. They're not appealing to Western-dominated international organizations or institutions regarding this. If you see China at a talk like this, it makes sense because this is something happening in Asia, and they are the largest, most powerful nation in Asia, and this affects them because they're doing trade with both of these countries. They're building infrastructure for the Belt and Road in Thailand. They've tried to build a closer relationship with Cambodia over the last couple of years, and this conflict hurts business. So I think that's their interest is resolving this, returning peace and stability so that everybody can go back to pursuing collective prosperity.
What does China have to risk though, or lose in Thailand? Because it has, as I said, the Belt and Road Initiative. I've really been following what's been happening with this the canal, which were being discussed at some point. But how central is Thailand in this whole Belt and Road plan of China at the moment?
Yeah, so I will just give an overview of Thailand's relationship with China because a lot of people have misconceptions regarding it. China is Thailand's largest export and import partner, is, depending on the year, the largest investor, the largest source of tourism to Thailand. More tourists come from China than all Western countries combined. And then after that, tourists from Asia. So Thailand, China, they're interested in their bilateral relationship and also regional stability because they're both of their economies depend on it. They're also building a high-speed rail line. This is already under construction for several years. They've already built a brand new Grand Central Station in Bangkok that will serve as a terminal station for the first stage of this. It will connect to a high-speed rail line that's already in operation in Laos, which is Thailand's neighbor to the north. And then Bangkok will be connected to China's high-speed rail network through Laos once this is all completed. And people see the F-16s and they say, well, those are American made. But in the last 10 years, Thailand has been buying far more Chinese military systems, weapons, munitions, and also jointly developing weapon systems with China, which is something the U.S. doesn't do with nations ordinarily. And so they have been replacing their older American hardware with this newer Chinese equipment, including a fleet of main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, air defense, even naval vessels. And the high-speed rail line, and there was also a submarine deal, which would have been Thailand's first modern diesel-electric submarines. This has all been opposed by the U.S.-backed political parties, the one backed by Thaksin Shinawatra and also the other billionaire Thanathorn Juanggrungthukit. And this second billionaire, Thanathorn, literally openly opposes the Thai-Chinese high-speed rail line. He said it should be canceled. He advocated for the Hyperloop, which doesn't even exist. And he openly said the reason why is where he means Thai people. We're getting too close to China and we need to rebalance to the US, Europe, and Japan, even though they have nothing to offer even remotely equivalent to the opportunities China is offering. And so it is a huge and growing relationship. It is larger than the relationship Thailand has now with the United States. It's also much deeper and more significant than any relationship Cambodia has with China, considering the size of its GDP, its population, and the political situation there, which is one single family runs the whole country. And there are no checks and balances. And if you go to Cambodia, it really shows the tragic results of that arrangement. So I hope that gives people a clear overview of what is actually happening now in the 21st century versus people's perceptions, which are mainly based on when Thailand was hosting US troops during the Vietnam War 50 years ago.
Just as a last question, then, where do you see this going based on, well, the actors in the game here, how this is played out in the past? Do you think it's going to come to a rather quick end, or do you think some of these goals in terms of decoupling Thailand from China would be successful?
Again, it is hard to say because it all depends on what this part of the US strategy is trying to achieve. Ordinarily, Thailand sees this. The US is obviously putting pressure on them. The military will have to make some sort of concession to get back to peace and stability and something close to a status quo. And I think they will try to do that with the thought in mind that in the long term, time favors Thailand, Southeast Asia, all of Asia, including China, and short-term concessions to the US over time can be reversed if things keep going in the general direction that they are. And if this conflict continues because the US wants it to, or they have convinced Cambodia to that. Cambodia spent weeks preparing for this operation before they launched it. And it's much more serious this time than in the past. It's hard to say how far they will go with this. And in many ways, it's very reminiscent to the attack Georgia's attack on Russian peacekeepers in 2008, and the way the U.S. used Georgia to try to pressure and destabilize Russia. So I think it's very similar to that. Hopefully, it'll be over soon, like within a few days, hopefully, but we'll just have to keep an eye on it because of the unprecedented nature of geopolitics today, the way the world has been shifting away from U.S. dominance.
Well, Brian, thank you so much for the input. I do think it's growing importance in the world. It's a region with growing importance in the world, and something like this could have real ramifications, not just for these two countries, but beyond. So thank you again for shedding some light on this.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. We are joined by Cyrus Jansen, an expert on China and also, China's economic development. So thanks for coming back on.
Glenn, my pleasure. Always a pleasure to chat with you.
So I wanted to ask you about China's growing presence in Africa, which is either it's demonized or it's celebrated. It's often either way, huge attention around this, but often focusing on the Belt and Road Initiative. However, last month we saw that 53 African nations signed this 100% tariff-free deal with the Chinese. What do you make of this, new developments?
Yeah, Glenn, it's a great question. Well, I think I want to start really at the beginning because I think for so many years we have always heard of China's ambitions in Africa being described as debt trap diplomacy. And actually, it was very interesting because this three words have now really come to represent what many in what mainstream media and certainly Western media always used to describe China. But the fascinating thing is that the Belt and Road Initiative is now 12 years old, and there has never been a single project that has ever been seized by the Chinese government. They've never actually had a country default on their loans and then take that over. So there's this big theory, this basically a fear, given by the media that, look, China has ulterior motives. What they're trying to do is they're basically going to lend out all of these loans to these poor African countries. At some point, they're not going to be able to repay the loans. And then that's when China's going to make their big move. They're going to come in, they're going to take all of this land, all of these government buildings. They're going to basically conquer Africa and colonize it. That's the theory. But again, we haven't seen a single piece of evidence to suggest that. And actually, we've seen the opposite. We've actually seen China actually forgive loans. And so we've seen them actually look at countries and say, you know what, we've given you this loan. You can't pay that back. We're just going to write it off, and we're going to write it off as debt, because on the Belt and Road, China has actually signed over 1,100 projects. And when you think about that scale, 1,100 projects throughout the world, think of it like an investment account, right? Not every project's going to be successful, right? Some of them will fail, some of them will succeed, some of them will be average. But with 1,100 projects, you've got quite a lot of opportunity for some success. There has been a lot of projects that have done very well. And I think with the ones that haven't, they're able to write that off and still move forward, because over the portfolio, you still have a net increase, much like having a balanced stock portfolio. Okay, great. A couple of stocks went down by a lot of money, but we've had a lot of winners. And so the net return on the portfolio is actually positive. So yeah, this is the first point I really want to address, is that we haven't really seen any evidence suggesting that China is engaging in debt trap diplomacy. But very often it's like we see in Western media, we portray China in a certain way. And, this is used as a fear tactic to really make sure that people in the Western countries really fear China. I think ultimately it's because, for example, the United States, they don't have the resources to be investing and building an initiative like China. And so I think that's why they have to come up with these campaigns to try to smear China. And unfortunately, it's sad, because, what Africa desperately needs more than anything is the roads, the airports, the ports, the infrastructure. That's how you get out of poverty, right? It's not by donating food, it's a common saying, right? Feed a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach the man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. So that's how China is really helping out these countries, by actually building the infrastructure where they can, in fact, build up a business, get out of debt, and actually have a potentially better future.
And what are the main areas though that China's focusing on? Because often it's seen as simply being, maybe it's a bit of projection, but often it's the assumption is that they only want their natural resources, but the economic cooperation goes well beyond resources, even though of course Africa is very resource rich.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's very important to understand with Chinese people, and certainly Chinese businessmen, is that they're very pragmatic. It's very much like, look, we're be honest. Obviously, China is very interested in the resources from Africa. So is the Western nations, right? Every country is interested in the resources from Africa, but the difference is what are you going to provide in exchange for that? So, for example, if you're building schools, hospitals, roads, airports, railways, and tangible benefits to the people of Africa that are going to improve their quality of life, well, that's a very nice exchange, right? We're going to give you something for that. And I think what we have to really look back on, Glenn, is the history of colonization. We look at countries like France and the UK, the United States, that have had a very long history of being in Africa, but unfortunately, it has always been a policy of extraction. What can we get from you? And let's be honest, we don't really want to give anything. We want to give you as little for it, and we don't really care about your development. And I think there's a very interesting survey that was published earlier this year, and it was conducted over the span of, I think there was about 1,100 surveys throughout Africa, and it was by a Western think tank, and they said, this is quite amazing because the evidence actually shows that China is genuinely popular amongst many countries in Africa. And so, especially with the youth, they actually broke it down by age demographics. And there was, especially, under the age of 25, very positive, almost over 75, 80% positive response, and how they're looking at China. And again, I mean, if you are under the age of 25, you would have been growing up in a brand new school or a new road, and it's like, hey, guess what? This was built by China. This is who came into the country and built this, and that's why you get to go to school today, because you have a new road there, and you have a school there because China built it. And so it's a very interesting, way to build your power and your reputation. And I am all for it. I think it's great. I think it's great for China to do that. And the other thing, Glenn, that's important to understand is that when China builds these projects, they send a tremendous amount of Chinese people that actually live there. So I think when the United States will come to do a project, it's not like people want to move their families there or, establish themselves in African countries. Most Americans are like, no, let's do the deal and get out of there. Let's go back home. Whereas many Chinese actually relocate to Africa. They become part of the community. Their kids become born in Africa. I was in South Africa before, and I was, down in the Chinatown, down in Joburg, and all of the little Chinese kids there are speaking Zulu with the local kids, and I'm like, wow, that's amazing. But of course they would speak that. They're born and raised there, right? They're as local as it gets. But they're speaking Chinese, they're learning English, they're speaking Zulu, and that's the difference in China's approach.
Yeah, I guess it's these stats are important because whenever you get these media reports, there's always this idea that, well, China wants to take advantage of Africa. We're going to come and help them. But obviously, this is really denying some agency there. But how do you see China's role in Africa, though, evolving? Because what it was 20 years ago is not the same as it was today. And then leading up to where they're today, where they're actually able to sign this agreement with, again, 53 African nations.
Yeah, but I think what we really have to take a step back here, Glenn, is look at just how impressive that is, right? It's 53 of the 54. The one nation that didn't is a very small nation that has diplomatic relations with Taiwan. So they formally recognize Taiwan as the government of China, so they're not in on the deal. But the vast majority of I mean, it's 53 out of 54. I mean, it's nearly the entire continent is pledging forward. And there's kind of an interesting thing as well, is when you look at the difference between how China and the United States does their diplomacy, it's actually quite fascinating. Every other year, or every year, sorry, there is a Africa-China summit, and that actually rotates. So one year it'll be in Beijing, the next year it will be in a country in Africa. So it rotates back and forth. And that's really important because, Xi Jinping will actually personally go and attend this summit in Africa with all of the African leaders. For example, when the United States hosts their summit, it is always held in Washington, D.C. It has never once been held in Africa. And so you can see just how that simple fact alone means quite a lot, because to host it in Africa means you're giving face to them, right? It means this is really a partnership, right? This is a two-way street. And, when you actually look at the U.S. Africa Summit, so much of that content is actually, we think you should be working with the United States. We should not be working with China. And so it's almost like it's a 2 to 3 day session of trying to convince African leaders that the United States is better. Whereas China, they're not going to lecture. They're not going to care if you're doing business with the United States. Hey, you do business with whoever you want, but we're having a China-Africa summit, so we're going to talk about how you do business with us. And so, there's almost this jealousy factor. It's a very interesting dynamic to observe, where it's very common. A lot of American leaders will come and they will, constantly lecture these African, people that, this is what you need to do. You need to be working with us. And it is quite interesting, where there's kind of a saying is, when a U.S. leader goes to Africa, they give a lecture. And when China leader goes to Africa, they bring a road, a port, an airport. There's, again, this tangible benefit. And I think that's why you saw 53 nations come together, declare, hey, moving forward in the future, we are going to be putting a lot of our time and effort with China, and we believe that China is going to be a more stable force in the future. Glenn, this is a very interesting thing. The Alliance of Democracies, a big think tank, just a couple of weeks ago published this new survey that now shows that 79% of the world now have a higher opinion of of China than the United States. So this is actually much more of a global, trend, I would say, is that yes, Africa is leading that way, but we see this pretty much in the global South, which would be Latin America, South America, all of Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia. So this is actually the global majority of people in the world, and this is quite amazing when you start seeing that. And that really should be a wake up call to the United States politicians, to really understand. Look, this is the world, the perception of the world is changing.
Traditionally, you've had the British and French colonial influence and post-colonial influence, and then, of course, the United States being a more, let's call it a more modern empire. But the entry of China into Africa really disrupts some of the former power structures. To what extent, I know, is this visible, or is this something that the Chinese are struggling with?
I don't think they're struggling, because I think with China, what I really feel is that we know the Chinese are very good at doing business, right? That is what Chinese people do. If you spend time in China, you realize that most Chinese people, they have a very big hunger to do business, to make deals. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the big difference here, is that, for example, China comes in saying, "Look, we want to do an exchange. You give us A, in return we'll give you B. We don't need to talk about politics. For example, I don't care what government you run in Africa. There's many different types of governments that exist in Africa. You can have whatever government you want. We're not going to lecture you on that. Again, we're here for A. We give you A, you give us B. Very simple, very pragmatic." And it's a very stark contrast, because in the United States, we have had our senators say, for example, we don't support this African country on gay rights, for example. And if you do not change your policies in your country that appeal to us, we will sanction you, or we will cut off your access to the US dollar, or we will potentially not trade with you. And China says, look, we're not going to get involved. I mean, what you do in your country and the laws that govern your land, that's your country, right? We're not here to tell you that you should convert to a communist government. We're not here to tell you, hey, the policies that your government is passing in your country don't apply to Chinese values. You don't see these contradictions. And so, again, I think you have a very pragmatic approach where, again, China, this is why China is the #1 trading partner for nearly 150 countries around the world, because, again, it's really just about the business. We don't need to get into different ideological battles. I think this is a very clear point from China, that they're very grounded in what China's government is, right? They're very grounded, saying, look, we know what government we want to have in our country, and we will continue to move forward with our plan for our country. But I don't see China going around saying, hey, we should be spreading, Chinese with, socialism with Chinese characteristics. This should be the model for the world. I mean, again, we see the opposite, right? We see the opposite with the United States. The United States is very much, if you're not a democracy, you're an enemy, and we want to change you. We want regime change. I mean, we saw even this week, there was a published, probably the most ridiculous report I've ever seen published from a U.S. think tank, saying, preparing for China after the CCP, what's going to happen when Chinese government fails. And it's this 80-page report published by the Hudson Institute out of Washington, D.C., and it's talking about all of these, the China's government's going to fail, democracy is going to come in, here's how American businesses can benefit, this is what America is going to do. And I said, this is a fantasy, right? This is just, I'm sure U.S. politicians might like that to happen, but again, I'm recording this on the ground in Guangzhou, China. Come to China, come to talk to the people, come to see how this country is moving forward. You will see no evidence of this, that this is going to happen. And again, how is the United States interfering in somebody else's country? This is a sovereign country. They get to decide, right? The people that decide what government exists here will be China's government and Chinese people. They should have no outside influence at all. And so again, I think, especially for me, Glenn, as a United States citizen, I'm very concerned by this, because I see the democracy that is failing in my home country. I see the political problems. I see the instability. And I mean, in my mind, let's focus on our house. I mean, gosh, I don't think there's many countries around the world right now looking at the U.S. president, U.S. democracy, and thinking, that looks great. I think we should study that political model. But if you do see, for example, China's economic model, that is a blueprint for Africa and for these smaller developing countries, because, this is quite amazing. 50 years ago, the country of Chad in Africa was actually more wealthy than China 50 years ago. So you look at this case study of how China has been able to rise above and become, go from one of the top 10 poorest countries in the world 50 years ago to now, obviously the second biggest economy, number one economy in terms of purchase power parity. And so you look at how China has been able to evolve, and how did they do that? Because of economics, because of opening up, because of manufacturing, because of building the infrastructure, investing. I've traveled extensively on the high-speed rail over the last month in China, all over the country. It's my favorite way to travel. And the train stations are packed. I mean, the ability to get on a high-speed rail and just get to the next city within, an hour is just incredible. I mean, that really does transform how business is done in a country. So I think this is where, and especially in Guangzhou has the largest African population in China. So there's a tremendous amount of Africans that come here. I've had a chance to talk with many of them. It was fascinating when I was coming through the airport customs. There must have been 500 people in line. I would say 80% were from Africa, and all kinds of different outfits, different passports out. I mean, I was like, wow, this is really incredible to see, so many different people. I said, I would love to make a YouTube video just interviewing all these people and saying, what's your impressions of China? What are you doing here? And kind of hear their stories. I think that would be fascinating. But I mean, that, again, this is what's happening, right? You come here on the ground in China, you see, tens of thousands of Africans here in Guangzhou, coming here. This has been a very big hub for African people for decades. You go back to Africa, you see Chinese people there. So it's very simple. I think once you remove yourself from this Western media bubble, you actually start going to places like China, start talking to African people, start really seeing what's happening. You get a different perspective of the world. And so I think China's in the driver's seat, in my opinion, for the future of Africa.
It's interesting what you said about the extent to which values should be imposed on others, because there's two ways of looking at it. As the West, we always say, when we put conditionality on trade, and then it's promoting good governance, which is a sign of virtue. And the criticism then of China is that they don't do this; they'll just do business with anyone. And
Right.
but again, it's worth discussing to what extent that is actually a disadvantage, because doing business with everyone, it does. It does appear to be a better model in many ways, and also the universalism of it, because if I have the assumption that your values, your ideas should be imposed on others, this universalism is very much front and center, not just in the United States, but I guess the political West. That is, these are
Right.
our values at this point in time. They should also be yours. China has very openly talked about it is preserving the distinctiveness of civilizations. Especially Xi Jinping at least has spoken a lot about this.
Yeah.
I would just one time I was wondering though, to what extent Africa is included in wider economic connectivity. For example, is there any cooperation on for financial issues? The banks, do they have currency swaps? And also, I know this is something, which has occupied you, the replacement of the American-led GPS with the Chinese Baidu system. Is this something that in the tech sector, is this something that being developed in Africa as well?
Yeah, this is a very big story that is actually quite fascinating. So, during this 12-day war between Israel and Iran, there was a point where all of a sudden you started looking at, how was Israel getting this information, for, targeting these Iranian officials. And they actually were using GPS on their phones. They were tracking their Instagram, their WhatsApp messages. And there's a big vulnerability there that if you are using these American controlled networks, that unfortunately, you literally have a target on your back. I mean, the United States, and actually not many people know this, but GPS, the system that is very much around the world, is actually controlled by the U.S. military. So it's actually, it's obviously a great technology. It's great to have. I use it every day. myself. I mean, I'm very happy to have this navigation system, but what happens is we start looking in the future and where we're going. And I think there's a lot of people that necessarily would not want to be, tracked by the U.S. government. And this is where, for example, Iran said, you know what, we're shutting this down. China has an alternate system. What a very interesting thing happened is that, this actually goes back to 1993. There was actually a cargo ship from China, Chinese cargo ship that the U.S. government thought was transporting chemical weapons to Iran. They shut down the GPS. They stalled this cargo ship in the Indian Ocean for 24 days. And of course, they inspected it and they found nothing wrong. There was no chemical weapons, but China was very frustrated. They said, how can you just have the authority to shut down our ship and demand that you search it? We were doing nothing wrong. We're just a cargo ship. But the U.S. said that's our prerogative. We're the world police. We can do whatever we want. And so this was again 1993, and it was at that moment China said we need to build our own. We don't want to be relying on this because it's a vulnerability, and it's kind of a common thing that we see between U.S. and China. For example, the space station, right? United States and many nations around the world work together. The International Space Station is a collaborative effort. Well, they said, China said we'd like to send our astronauts there. America said you're not allowed. We can't have you come to our space station. So China said, okay, fine. We build our own then. So they built their own, and very soon the International Space Station will be decommissioned. China will have the only space station there because again, there's opportunities to collaborate. But if the U.S. is going to restrict the Chinese, then they will do that themselves. We've seen that with microchips. You're not allowed to buy our advanced microchips. No problem. We'll build our own. Hey, you're not allowed to have the Android system in your phone. Hey, you're not allowed to use Android in the Huawei phone. No problem. We'll build Harmony. It's our own operating system. So, this is a continuous theme that we see in many, many different things. As far as the financial thing, I think what's very interesting is we are seeing these currency swap agreements where renminbi is being used a lot more in international trade. For example, if we are, South Africa and, we have the rand, and then you've got the, Chinese renminbi, we're doing trade. Why not conduct trade in our local currencies? Why not, bypass the US dollar if we don't have to use that? I think that's becoming a more common thing around the world. We had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, come out and say, this is terrible. Like Brazil, they're doing more trade with China. Like our tariffs and our sanctions will be completely useless in just a few years because they're going to be bypassing the U.S. dollar. And so again, this is a result of when your government is constantly putting these tariffs and sanctions, and you look at how many tariffs and sanctions, people are getting tired of this. People just do not want to deal with this. And so I think the Beidou satellite system, which is China's GPS equivalent, is now operating in almost 70% of the world now has turned on that system and has this alternative. And here in the streets of China, I use Baidu, for example, Baidu Maps. The technology is fantastic. I mean, it's much more advanced than like a Google Maps. I mean, accuracy down to the really down to like your centimeter. I mean, it's amazing how accurate these things are, and how amazing the maps are. And even when you're using the navigation system and they have all the 3D buildings in there, I mean, it's really, really detailed in how they've done that. So again, I think it's what kind of world do we want to live in? And I think it's a world where there's a lot more cooperation. And I think China right now is winning in a lot of ways. They think they just had, we had the BRICS summit in Brazil a couple of weeks ago. New countries like Vietnam have joined. Indonesia is now a full member. I mean, there's a lot of different movement going around, and again, a tremendous amount of interest from Africa. And I think the big thing, and kind of the moral of today's video and our interview today is you can just see is there's a hungry desire. Glenn, I mean, you and I are both YouTubers. Every time I put out a video giving an update of this, I'm amazed at how many comments I get from African people. Hello, Cyrus, I'm from Mozambique. I'm a big fan of BRICS. I love what China's doing. We want our country to be there. Hello, I'm from Nigeria. Hello, I'm, from South Africa, from, Algeria, from all over. People are genuinely really wanting to see this. And it's quite incredible to once again, you remove yourself from the media bubble and, actually start talking to African people, you get a very different perception of what's happening in our world right now.
Well, in geoeconomics, you pretty much learn that if you have excessive economic dependence on a more powerful state, this is usually converted into political influence. And this is why you often do see this, though, that if you're too dependent on the technology on a foreign nation, they will use this well against you, as you said with the Chinese ship. If you're too much dependence on the currency, then they will also have this extraterritorial jurisdiction. If you're too dependent on the banks, even payment systems, I see that China's also the SIP system, which is the alternative to SWIFT, is also now spreading quite nicely, because simply as an alternative, because if there is only one venue you can go, then that's you give that actor a lot of political power. So I think this would be positive for Africa altogether, the ability to actually diversify, to avoid all this concentration of power in one economic partner, which well, then makes a political sovereignty very difficult to achieve.
Absolutely.
Just as a final question, though, is there what is the you mentioned that people like Marco Rubio has expressed concern that our future sanctions won't work if countries have alternatives, but as China's making all these inroads into Africa, I mean, the United States have big budget for in informing people how bad China is in the media, which is, we used to call it political propaganda, but fair enough. But how else is America attempting to counter this? Because China seems to be, it's not stagnant. It's the cooperation team seems to be expanding. So more nations encompassing more and more economic activities. How is the United States going to respond to this? Are they doing a complementary development program? Are they seeking to sabotage the Chinese? What can be done?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think, it was interesting, Glenn, a few years ago, you heard the United States wanted to come up with their own Belt and Road Initiative. They wanted to call it the Build Back Better, the triple B, the Build Back Better. We're going to, we're going to build it. We're going to start investing all of this. And, it's kind of a very interesting thing that happens in the U.S. where, and I really relate this to how our politics work, because when you're running for president, you need to say things to get a vote, right? Actually, you can say whatever you want because you're never held accountable for actually achieving it. So it's like, hey, we're going to build this amazing wall on the border of Mexico. It's going to be tremendous, and guess what? We're going to have Mexico pay us to build the wall. So a lot of voters are like, great, sounds great. Of course, that's never going to happen. But you can that's the problem, right? You can just say whatever you want. So all of a sudden, the United States says, okay, we're going to, you know what? China has the Belt and Road. We've got to build back better. And of course, like America is, we're going to do it better. We're going to do it bigger. We're going to do it better. It's going to be amazing. We're going to invest billions of dollars. We're going to do all this great stuff. And then all of a sudden, 18 months pass and you don't hear anything of it again. Right? You do a Google search. You can't find any article on it. You ask, people asking the media, anything updates on the Build Back Better, it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. So again, you almost have this announcement to try to, gain some credibility. But at the end of the day, again, if you're not on the ground and you're not actually building the tangible things, how are you going to influence the people? And this is where that study comes in, is very important. When you say, look, we've conducted all of these surveys throughout all of Africa, right? This is not one survey. This is hundreds and hundreds of surveys throughout all the countries in Africa, and really talking to different people of backgrounds and villages and everywhere you go. And we've concluded in this report that China is genuinely very popular. And of course, like I gave that illustration earlier, if these younger kids, why do so many of them have a positive, thought of China? Well, again, when I was born, I had this road that was built, and I get to go to school. And guess what? The road, the airport, the school, the port, everything's been built by China. You're going to have that nice, positive affiliation, with China. So I think, as far as the U.S., I think, unfortunately, the only thing they're going to do is continue to lecture, and say, look, we're the global superpower. You should work with us. But, Glenn, you and I both know that the world has changed. It is not the unipolar world that once existed where, yes, there was a time in history where the U.S. was the only superpower. They were relatively unchanged and they had a tremendous amount of leverage. But those days are beyond us. And it is a world right now where it is multipolar. And I think the world has two options. You know, you can either work with the United States or work with China. But I think most countries are trying to work with both. You know, again, I mean, I'm a U.S. citizen. I would love countries, you know, my companies and my country to do business in Africa, but I know that China will be there as well. And I think, again, I think that's I really want to point the difference in the U.S. approach. The U.S. is, you know, it's amazing. You know, you actually listen to the African leaders after they come to Washington D.C. and they attend this U.S. Africa summit, and many of them are very vocal. You know, I come here and I get lectured. I come here, and not only that, it's also how I'm spoken to. You know, Joe Biden in the last summit, he said, "Well, this is what we're going to do for the continent of Africa. African people need this." And the African leaders are like, "Hey, we're 54 nations. We have 54 individual needs. You can't just lump us all together. Yes, we're all African, but the continent is very unique and diverse. You know, just look at the landscapes and how, you know, not every country is the same. So we're all going to need different things." And that's where China would actually have a very different approach. They would say, let's have 54 individual meetings. Why? Because we need to meet with everybody individually and figure out what everybody needs. So just that difference alone is going to be the difference between success and failure over the long term. And again, honestly, it's just business 101. You know, that's just about cultivating relationships and, you know, honestly, just taking time to listen to the counterpart. And I think that's unfortunately not the United States' strength, because United States, our way is the best way. We are the best. We have this American exceptionalism that unfortunately is bred into us from a very young age. But as you can tell, I mean, I've spent a lot of time abroad. It's not like I don't like the United States. It's my home country. I'll always love the United States, and I'll always be proud to be U.S. But I'm proud to also be a well-traveled American citizen that understands how this world works and understands that we need to build relationships, and that's the key to having better economic success in the future.
Yeah, I hope more people pay attention to Africa, because the population growth, also the economic growth. People often ignore that many of the fastest growing economies now are Africans as well. They are doing quite well. There's a lot of opportunities. So it's a bit the fact that China will be have a key role in this. It's quite an important historical development. So
It really is.
anyways, Cyrus, thank you so much, my friend, for taking the time. I hope
pleasure.
to be able to convince you to come back on again some other time.
Anytime, Glenn. Always time for you, my friend. Thank you for everything you do, and congrats on the success of your channel. Always love to see it continue to grow and reach more people.
Thank you.
All right, take
Hi, everyone. We are joined today by Jeffrey Sachs to discuss the redefinition of America First and also the future of BRICS. So, welcome back to the program.
Great to be with you, Glenn.
So, the economic dominance of the Western world has been declining for many years, and it has appeared to have already come to an end, which meant that the U.S. could embrace two different paths. The first being the U.S. scaling back its empire and, I guess, facilitating a multipolar system in which the U.S. would be one, if not the first, among equals. This appeared to be a possibility under the Trump's America First platform. The other option would be for the United States to fight all the other poles of power to restore hegemony. However, then a multipolar system would likely be developed in opposition to the United States. It appears that Trump has, if it was not always intended to, shifted to the second, as he's now very much making the Russia war his own war, of course, attacking Iran, and now also encouraging allies to prepare for war, or at least commit to war with China. What do you see having happened to America First? Was it always destined to be um, a, a failure, or was it always a deception? How are you interpreting this?
Well, first, let me say, just to clarify one major point. The West is not in decline. The rest of the world is catching up. So from a historical point of view, modern economic development, meaning the Industrial Revolution, the industrial age of the 19th century, then the age of electricity, the age of the automobile, now the age of information and the digital age, was led initially by the North Atlantic, what we call the West. Britain was the first industrialized country. Britain was the place where the steam engine created industrialization. Now, it was in the 19th century when the gap between the West, so-called, and the rest widened considerably. And that came partly because of the advances of technology, literacy, science in the Western world, and the imperial domination that brought over much of Asia, and by the end of the 19th century, all of Africa. So the West widened its lead, both through its economic and technological advances, but also the brutal age of high imperialism of Europe in the 19th century, and indeed until the middle of the 20th century. At the end of World War II, Europe had basically battered itself to death in two civil wars in the first half of the 20th century, and that opened the way for the colonized parts of the world to gain their political independence. And that happened, of course, in the late 40s and the 1950s, and then stretched out into the 1970s, and in some cases the 1980s, depending on whether the European powers fought wars to try to keep their colonies or let them go through exhaustion or for other reasons. But in any event, from the second half of the 20th century, countries were independent for the first time, typically in more than 100 years. And what did they do? They began to catch up. First thing they did was engage in education, which the European imperial powers did not offer to most of their subjects, certainly not in any quality that would enable their colonies to achieve economic development. I raise all of this because what has happened is a normal process where Asia and now Africa and other parts of the non-Western world are achieving economic development by raising educational standards, most fundamental part of economic development, building infrastructure, and in many cases, and China's of course the most notable in the world, moving from catching up to moving forward by becoming great innovators of new technologies on their own. So this is a normal process. It's a healthy process. It's a good process. It's driving the Western world nuts, especially with our nutty government in the United States. Why? Because the Western world came to believe in its superiority over several centuries. Because when you're ahead, you say, I'm ahead because I'm better. I'm ahead because of the God I believe in. I'm ahead because of some kind of intrinsic superiority, a lot of white supremacy, a lot of religious supremacy. All sorts of reasons have been given in the last 250 years by Europeans and Americans about why they naturally run the world. So we're at the end of that Western-led world. And truth be told, it's not only the United States that's crazy, it's also Europe. They don't want to give up these advantages because they came to believe, and again, for a lot of reasons, some absolutely vulgar, some mistaken ideas, some sophisticated fallacies, The belief, for example, that Max Weber proposed, that it's Protestantism that would be the key for economic success. So even the Catholic regions of Southern Europe would not be able to catch up. All of these reasons led to a mindset that I think is still very much alive in Europe and the US. An air of superiority, a belief that how dare the Russians threaten us. They're not quite us. They're not quite Europe. And China, my God, the deep antipathy to China is shocking to me. I believe basically it's racism in the end, because it's widely held. It is taken for granted in the United States, especially in the political class, of course. But it's a part of our deep-seated history. Already by the 1880s, there were anti-China laws on Chinese migration. The racism and antipathy has been there for a long time. And now that China really is a rival as innovator in the world, definitely has surpassed the United States in industrial output by quite a large margin, is the low-cost producer of much of what the world really needs, whether it's zero carbon energy, the new electric vehicles, 5G digital technologies. China's just wonderfully adept, competitive, and innovative. And this is really driving the political class crazy in the United States. How dare they? The insult to the Western dominance. So to my mind, your question is really a question of almost psychology that is not grounded in actual facts about security or threats, but rather is an attitude issue. And if you ask me, what does America First stand for? It stands for America first and dominant. And what Trump exposes every day, by the way, in a cruder and cruder and more dangerous way, is his belief that he can post something on Truth Social and the world has to respond to it. And that he can give orders to Putin, or he can give orders to Xi Jinping, or he can give orders to Lula, or he can give orders to the BRICS, and everybody's going to fall in line. That's his real belief. It's at a personal level rather crude, but it's kind of in the air in Washington that, oh, yes, multipolar. Marco Rubio says these things once in a while in speeches, but really, America is going to tell the world what to do. And what's problematic right now is the rest of the world isn't going to follow the US line. And we have a president that is out of control of law in the United States. He just issues executive decrees. He issues orders every day. The Supreme Court has basically said, we're not going to stop him. Congress has said, we're pathetic. We have nothing to do with this. And so we have one person, nearly an octogenarian, who has delusions of American power, who is giving orders every day to the world. The orders change by the hour. The rest of the world is, some are trying to say, yes, please, we love you, we respect you, we honor you. But in fact, a lot of the world follows President Lula's line, although President Lula is just about the only one with the gumption to say it. He said last week, we don't want an emperor, period. And he meant it. And when the United States, not the United States, by the way, when Donald Trump responded by saying, okay, Brazil gets 50% tariffs, President Lula said, okay, we have a reciprocity law, we retaliate. We don't want an emperor. This is where we are this week. It's rather shocking. It's rather amazing. It's not, let's live in a multipolar world. Let's make peace. Let's make business. Let's get along. It's more dangerous than that right now. It is an erratic leader that it has no institutional control, who both exemplifies and exacerbates this Western delusion of power over the rest of the world, something that is past. It's already passé. It's already an anachronism. It was true, by the way, for 200 or 250 years, but it ain't true today. And this conflict between the perception and the reality is very dangerous.
Yeah, no, your analysis is very spot on, and yeah, that would have been a better term to say relative decline. That is, as the rest catches up to the West, and it also appears that this is where a lot of the antagonism is. That it's not that the Russians, Chinese, or Iranians are a threat; it's more a threat to the hegemon. That is, Russia. You know, it's not absurd to say they should have a seat at the table in Europe. China obviously can't be broken just because it's growing too fast, and also yeah, Iran deserves a role in the Middle East. But you mentioned Lula, and this is an interesting case, seemingly of the collapse of American cursive language, as you suggest. The fact that they just yeah, turn around, and um, but this is of course in the context of the BRICS summit, so which Trump also sent out a social truth tweet, or what it's called, where he called that this was anti-American policies of BRICS. And on the same day, he also signed and sent all these tariffs letters. I'm not sure if that should symbol something that is on the same day. But to what extent is the United States capable of slowing down BRICS? Or is this only I guess, yeah, counterproductive initiative by threatening countries to abandon BRICS?
Listeners should go online and type in BRICS declaration, Rio de Janeiro, to get the actual text of what the BRICS countries said. It's a good reading, a little turgid as these multilateral documents are. But for example, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think the United States is mentioned one time. There's no sense in which the document is anti-US. What is mentioned repeatedly is the United Nations, the international rule of law, multilateralism, a rules-based order, not according to Donald Trump's rules, but according to the rules of the World Trade Organization or the UN Charter or the UN General Assembly or the UN Security Council. That's mentioned repeatedly. The BRICS sign on to the multilateral processes. To call this anti-American is only to reflect the fact that it is the United States that has walked out of multilateralism. The United States walked out of the Paris Climate Agreement. The United States walked out of the World Health Organization. The United States does not pay its dues to the United Nations. The United States said, we oppose the Sustainable Development Goals. In our English cliche, that's like being opposed to motherhood and apple pie. We're opposed to sustainable development, to ending poverty, to fighting climate change. And when I say opposed, I mean the US government is voting against UN resolutions that call for the Sustainable Development Goals because, as the US spokespeople at the UN say, this is not in America's interest. So when the BRICS come out for the international system, yes, Donald Trump says, oh, that's anti-American, because the United States is absenting itself from the multilateral system. I have to say again and again, though, because we use these terms as shorthand, when I say the United States, I mean almost literally these days Donald Trump, one person, because Congress doesn't say a word. It's pathetic. As I said, the Supreme Court is basically saying, well, the president can do what he wants. And the American public has no say in anything. The American public supports the United Nations, as one opinion survey after another has demonstrated for decades. So we use shorthands of countries, but what we mean is governments. In most cases, governments are institutionalized. In the United States, of course, there is an institutionalized government. It's the deep state. It's the military-industrial complex, which really runs the US government. And it's personalized in a president that doesn't rule by law or by legislation, but rather by executive order. This is even more true than just about any so-called authoritarian country in the world that I know of, where in most countries there's at least a ruling council or some kind of a group of governors of the provinces of the country or some such institution. But in the United States, it's one person right now that decides 50% tariff for Brazil, 30% tariff on this. We tax whatever. The whole international tax system of the United States being determined by one person, announced on social media. Extraordinary what's happening.
And and again, this is not just a concern for domestic, well, his voters or base, but also for foreign leaders who actually many people had some hopes that they could reach a deal with Trump based on his rhetoric. But the most recent one of Trump seemingly reversing is with Russia. He now made some statements that Putin isn't a nice guy after all because he hasn't well, stopped the war and agreed to a ceasefire, which is strange because in the beginning of this presidency, he seemed to recognize there was a need for a political settlement, which included neutrality for Ukraine. But this appears to be out the window, and now Putin is a bad man again, and it appears that Trump is going to go back to Biden's policies, so he's now approving of sending weapons. Uh, what do you make of this? Is this simply Trump, going back to Biden policies, or do you see this as being a negotiation tactic? How do you make sense of this?
I don't believe this is a tactic. I think that this is a very grave and very dangerous example of what we're experiencing right now. First of all, for a glimmer of a moment, Trump more or less said privately or through some aides in brief statements, yes, NATO enlargement was a bad idea. And it was a provocation that led to this war. And that gave a lot of us, you and I and others, the hope that, okay, now we're getting to the real issue, which is that this war can be stopped by a clear political settlement in which the United States and NATO allies say that NATO will not enlarge to Ukraine and to Georgia and to other countries on Russia's borders that all go back to plans of the 1990s to surround Russia with the military force and to render Russia a third-rate power. That was the plan. And actually, Zbigniew Brzezinski laid it out in 1997 in his book, The Grand Chessboard, and he has a chapter explaining, in his view in 1997, Russia will be able to do nothing but accept this. That's the arrogance that I was speaking about earlier. So Trump gave a hint, and apparently his negotiators told the Russians, yes, we understand, we want to reach a political settlement. The US deep state, that's the CIA, the intelligence agencies, the armed services committees of the Congress, the weapons makers and so forth, erupted. How can you accept this? This is weakness and so forth. The Europeans, Starmer and Macron, and it was Schultz then, and then Merz, all said, no, you can't do this. We fight on, we fight on. And Rutte, Mark Rutte, who's now the Secretary General of NATO, who is unspeakably childish in his behavior, first of all, calling Trump daddy, but also declaring at the recent NATO summit that Ukraine inevitably will become part of NATO. So that message, which was the glimmer of hope of rationality, of finding a way for peaceful coexistence, to use an old phrase, but meaning staying alive, that has gone out the door. And what replaced it was this typical demand: stop fighting, ceasefire. We don't talk about politics. NATO is inevitably going to go to Ukraine, says Mark Rutte, and the United States does nothing to say, no, that's not right. You can't say that. Quite the contrary. President Trump greets NATO Secretary General Rutte in the White House. Everything is lovey-dovey. So there's no politics left, just demands. And Trump says, you stop fighting, ceasefire. And Putin says, no, we said that we need to get to the core of these issues. Oh, you're a bad person. Now we're going to send weapons to hit you deep inside Russia. First of all, it's so unbelievably immature and unbelievably erratic that I couldn't imagine a kind of high school game, being played this way. We're talking about nuclear superpowers. So this is profoundly dangerous, but also reflecting this mindset. Donald Trump says, I told Putin what the answer would be, and he didn't agree. He's a bad man. So Trump calls Zelensky and says, could you hit Moscow? Apparently, this is what the Financial Times is reporting today. Could you hit St. Petersburg? Yeah, we could, Mr. President, because Zelensky's also the epitome of responsibility that will get us all killed in World War III if this man has his way. And this is how the world is right now. It's very bad. And it reflects this extraordinary mix of personalization of global affairs in the United States, the long-standing deep state project, and an arrogance that is absolutely stunning and so large that the Western world, it's not just the United States, it is the US, it is Germany, it is France, it is Britain. And by the way, it's Norway joining in the chorus and many others, acting as if, yes, of course we run the world. How dare Putin tell us anything? We don't have to talk about anything about politics or political settlements. We just have to say he's a bad man and keep fighting. Wow. I've never seen anything like this, and how dangerous it is.
Yeah, that's my great fear now that not just the Russians, but also the Iranians and Chinese, they more and more see Trump's policies as being just deceptive, and his diplomacy being just theater. And of course, the Europeans following blindly and whitewashing anything that Washington does. It appears that they are also willing now to, forgo some of their hopes of a diplomatic solution with Washington, and preparing to play hardball, which is not a good thing for anyone in the world.
Absolutely. In this nuclear armed world, this whole approach is so reckless, so dangerous. And if I could say, the Western world needs to open its eyes to reality. It does not run the show. That doesn't make it a loser. The United States has every bit of security any country in the world could dream of. In fact, the US is untouchable from a conventional, in a conventional sense. The only danger to the United States of America, the only security issue to the United States of America is nuclear war. And it seems to be the only path that the U.S. is on right now, which is the most direct antagonism of the other major powers in the world in the crudest possible way.
Well, Jeffrey Sachs, thanks so much. I know you're very busy there in Beijing and probably have a full day ahead of you. So thank you for letting
By the way,
me.
lots of meetings that I've been having all over the world, and there's a lot of concern all over the world, and concern by very responsible people and professional diplomats with long experience. People are not finding this fun. They're not finding this a game. They're not finding this a joke. They're finding it very dangerous and destabilizing. And we had better get a grip with mature adult behavior. So that's what I'm hoping someone in Europe can please come forward that way.
Yeah, I hope to be able to ask you something about your experiences in China once you're back in New York. So
Wonderful.
Thank you again.
We'll do that. Great to talk with you.
Hi, everybody. Today's Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, and our friend Scott Ritter is back with us. Welcome back, Scott.
Thanks for having me.
I want to start, Scott, with what has happened with the case of Ukraine. It seems that the United States, as time goes by, is considering sanctions on Brazil, China, and India, and to bring some sort of pressure on Russia. Here is what Lindsey Graham said, Scott, on Fox News.
Tell China, India, and Brazil, if you keep buying cheap Russian oil to allow this war to continue, we're going to tariff the hell out of you, and we're going to crush your economy, because what you're doing is blood money. You're buying cheap Russian oil at the expense of the world, and President Trump is tired of this game. If I were President Putin, I would get to the table soon, because he's about to get crushed.
You know, it's what's so tragic. During the Biden administration, we have to follow Lindsey Graham, because his policies were the official policy in Washington. It seems that for the Trump administration, it turns to be the same case. He is leading what's going on in Washington.
I mean, we're talking about domestic politics right now. And, there's a tremendous amount of anti-Russian sentiment in the United States, and it's politically easy to beat up on Vladimir Putin in Russia. But we're also, you have to understand that Lindsey Graham, and I think it was Blumenthal, the senator from Connecticut, we're posturing for 500% tariffs to be placed on these nations, India, Russia, Brazil, and to be done immediately. I mean, Lindsey Graham went and sat with Zelensky and the Ukrainian government to work this out. And yet what the president has done is said, pass your bill, but you have to give me complete control over this. I get to determine when, how much, and how to lift it. Congress has no say in this. So all Lindsey Graham did is create a talking point. There's no real policy here, none that obligates the president to do anything. The president has said he's going to wait 50 days and give Russia the time to reconsider its actions. But at the same time, we have Seymour Hersh writing in his Substack that the Trump administration is seeking to remove Zelensky from power. Zelensky, the man who met with Senator Graham to come up with this grand sanctioning idea. You know, the moment that this was announced, the sanctions and the European sanctions were announced, the Russian stock market went up 2.7%. Russians aren't worried about this. They're not afraid of this. China's already said that they won't yield, that they'll use whatever resources they have to strike back. Brazil has said, if you don't want to do business with us, then we won't do business with you. You know, India is the weak link, but India has to be careful because they could find themselves on the losing side of a supply chain war with China. And that would crush the Indian economy. The United States isn't willing to step up right now and bail India out of any economic problems it gets into because it blindly follows American diktat. So, you know, there's no guarantee that India will do this, but there's also no guarantee that Trump's going to do this. Lindsey Graham doesn't have any decision-making capabilities. He's one senator in a United States Senate that has already punted to this president. The only decision-making authority is with the president. It appears that the president is simply using Lindsey Graham's tariff threat as a political shield behind which to hide the fact that they have no real policy regarding Russia and to buy time for them to, you know, try and shape the battlefield, so to speak. I think they want Zelensky gone. They need him removed, and they want to replace him with somebody that, you know, might be able to make the concessions necessary to get the Russians to the negotiating table. Zelensky's afraid of this. Look at, all of a sudden, Zelensky wants to talk to Russia now. I'm the guy that can talk to Russia. Russia won't talk to him. Zelensky's history. I don't think Zelensky is going to be the guy, but that's a different, different issue altogether. But, you know, you're talking about these sanctions and the threat of sanctions. This is just Lindsey Graham being Lindsey Graham, the world's dumbest man when it comes to all things Russia.
I think it was last week that Merz said that we're going to support you till the end. We're going to be with you. He meant that he was talking about Ukraine or Zelensky, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, Merz is all over the place. It seems that he and his, those in the German government who share his philosophies have tied themselves to Ukraine as sort of the locomotive that's going to pull them through the current problems. You know, the Russians have pointed out that when we speak of Germany, we're speaking of a nation that is deindustrializing as we speak. Their economy is collapsing. They have an energy crisis. And they're politically divided. I mean, they're about ready to step into literal, dictatorship. The second largest party in Germany, Alternative for Deutschland, could very well become illegal, outlawed. Is this really what a democracy does? And so, Merz, when he speaks, you have to keep in mind that he is not the strongest chancellor Germany's ever had, and his government is a fragile government that could very well collapse if its policies are challenged effectively. So what he's done with Ukraine is buy into a policy that allows him to wrap himself in the European Union flag, and he's trying to wrap himself in the American flag as well, to say that this is a common cause, a united cause, a just cause around which we must rally and make sacrifices, and then use the concept of sacrifices as the excuse for failed policy. But I don't think Merz is going to survive much longer. I think the German economy is checking out as we speak, and at some point in time, one can only hope that rational thinking takes hold in Germany, and they evict these people like Merz and others who are willing to sacrifice the German nation for a Eurocentric cause that is not viable, not linked to reality.
You mentioned 50 days that Donald Trump has some sort of deadline for Russia, but with what's going on the battlefield, what is, when you look at the way that Russia is going on the battlefield, what is the strategy on their part, in your opinion, when you look at the scene?
What is the Russian strategy
Russian strategy.
to win?
But is that mean that they're going to escalate? They're going to go on?
Why would they escalate? Russia's not tied to 50 days. Russia's not tied to any calendar. There's no calendar pressure on Russia whatsoever. Russia is just going to win, which means every day the commanders get up and deploy their forces, and their goal is to kill as many Ukrainians and push the Ukrainians back as far as they can be pushed that day without putting too many Russian lives at risk. On the strategic front, it appears that Russia has made a decision that they're going to do a full court press on attacking Ukrainian infrastructure and military targets. There's not going to be a period of time where Ukrainian cities get to go weeks without any Russian activity. The Russian intelligence coverage over Ukraine appears to be very tight, meaning when they detect movement, they strike. And they're right now in the business of striking. Every day, 400, 500, 600 drones fly in. There's nothing to shoot them down. Then they're followed by precision strike weapons. There's nothing that can shoot them down either. And the Russians are just grinding Ukraine away. And they will continue to do this until Ukraine no longer exists or the Ukraine accepts surrender on Russia's terms.
Do you feel that any time in the near future, or maybe during these days, Poland going to get involved because they're asking their citizens to leave Russia? And what is the role of Poland at this stage?
Get involved. Sorry.
Because are they gonna? Why are they asking this if nothing's happening behind the scene?
The Poles may know something about what's going on inside Ukraine. Seymour Hersh believes that Zelensky will either be thrown into exile or be compelled to leave internally or externally. But then there's the question of what comes after that. There may be a period of uncertainty, and the Poles may have an understanding that this could lead to some sort of civil breakdown and maybe civil conflict, and they're asking their citizens to leave. It's laughable to think of the Polish military intervening. The Poles acknowledge themselves to run out of ammunition in 14 days. So why would you want to intervene only to run out of ammunition in 14 days? And intervene with what? They don't have an offensively inclined military. They could begin crossing the border into Western Ukraine, but almost immediately they'd be engaged by forces coming out of Belarus, and they wouldn't be able to handle that. The Russians believe in the counterattack. So if Poland begins cross-border operations from Poland into Belarus, that's the end of Warsaw. It will fall. The Polish army can't defend. They can't fight. The Poles know this. The generals know this. They're not going to get involved in a fight. I think Poland is taking a look at the deteriorating situation inside Ukraine and making the decision to get the Polish citizens out of harm's way.
You've mentioned Zelensky may be the case in the mind of those people in the West. We know Zelensky was, we were talking actually, I was asking you before, I think 6 months ago, if Zelensky would be the case, because it seems that the British government, the British intelligence, they've been preparing him for this position. Is that going to be acceptable for the case of Ukraine? And who's going to guarantee that he's going to be a better option for Ukraine and he's going to change anything in Ukraine?
Look, the British and the Americans and NATO continue to operate as if they matter, as if their opinion counts when it comes to the future of Ukraine. Russia's sort of on record that it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. Russia alone will pick the future leader of Ukraine. Russia would prefer to do that. They're willing to allow an interim leader to be picked using elections, but the elections only serve to eliminate the illegitimate president Zelensky and replace him with somebody that constitutionally is capable of accepting the terms of surrender. This is why the Russians don't say surrender then elections. They say elections and then surrender, because they need Zelensky gone. Zelensky, I don't think he's an attractive candidate. I don't think I can't speak for the Russians, but I mean, this is a man who took a selfie with Stepan Bandera's photograph behind him. If you're talking about denazification, there's a Nazi right there. So Zelensky's future is probably a bullet in the back of his head as opposed to the presidency of Ukraine. He would be best advised to stay in the United Kingdom and not seek to return to Ukraine. He was the commander of Ukrainian forces when many crimes were committed against Russian soldiers and Russian civilians. So I would imagine that he's high on a list of those people who will be held to account by the Russians in a post-conflict environment. The Russians right now, again, I can't speak for them because I'm not privy, but, when you take a look at what's going on, the Russians do have something called the Union State. And that is it's a political and economic relationship between Belarus and Russia. And the Union State right now is very active in talking about the future of Ukraine, because I think the vision for Russia is that post-conflict Ukraine, once it's been denazified and normalcy brought in, will become part of the Union State, that they will join the same political and economic union as Belarus and the Russian Federation. This means that there's no EU. It means that there's no British appointed leaders. There's no American control of Ukrainian rare earth minerals. All of that is garbage. This is the reality. The West just hasn't woken up to this fact. And the Russians, they're in no hurry. They're in no hurry. Sanctions won't work. There's no military pressure that can be put on Russia in a meaningful fashion. NATO, the more NATO tries to posture and position itself as militarily relevant, the weaker they get. I liken NATO to, if you go out and buy there's a house down the road that was abandoned by its owners, I guess a year and a half ago, and it was, overgrown. The lawn wasn't mowed, trees weren't cut back, bushes weren't cut back, and it's just a mess. Somebody bought it, and now they're in the process of renovating it. But those things sometimes have the nickname the money pit, meaning that you bought it and you're just pouring more money into it. And Ukraine is a money pit. I mean, it's a mess. The West, and NATO's a money pit. NATO, the more NATO tries to, modernize itself, the more sometimes it's just best to sell the old car and not try to modernize it and just buy a new car. And NATO probably should be dissolved, and Europe rethink what they need, because right now to bring in NATO, you're bringing in legacy structures and institutions and ways of thinking that just don't make any sense. Europe needs to think about European defense, not becoming a continuing this 1990s, early 2000s fantasy of being a springboard of American hegemonistic imperialism. And NATO's problematic across the board, and I don't think Russia has anything to worry about from NATO.
Is NATO without the United States, or maybe shall I put it this way? Can NATO survive without the United States?
No.
Is it just militarily or politically there cannot survive as well?
Both. Without the United States, NATO will fracture into, at a minimum, two different schools of thought, more likely three different schools of thought. You'll have the big power school of thought, the British, the French, and the Germans, thinking that they can dictate the future of NATO. Italy would like to be a member of that club, but it won't. So Italy instead become the leader of the other Western aligned powers: France, Portugal, Italy, etc. Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark. These will be people that will be trying to prevent the French, the Germans, and the British dictating things. But then there's the Eastern Bloc nations, plus the two new nations, Finland and Sweden, which consider themselves to be frontline states, and they'll have their own position. And the West isn't willing to back up the East. They're not going to let the East dictate terms of coexistence, meaning the East says we have to be positioned to go to war against Russia. The West, I think, will say, well, no, we need to be positioned to defend ourselves, and we'll plan accordingly. So you'll have three different schools of thought in NATO splitting apart, unless you have Daddy there. I mean, here's where Mark Rutte was correct. Daddy has to come in and bap, 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 line up. This is what we're going to do. Without America, NATO just falls apart, and NATO can't afford it. They can't sustain it. There'll be no discipline. There'll be nothing. Just a bunch of bickering children. That's the future of NATO, which is why, as I said before, it's probably best just to get rid of NATO, kick the United States out of Europe, and deal with European security issues on their own.
You mean that the security issues would be the pact, that the kind of that they had between the United Kingdom and Germany, a military pact between two countries, three countries among them, or something like that? They're going to make some sort of bilateral and trilateral accords between the countries in Europe, or how does that work for them?
That would be suicidal, because now what you've done is made the haves and the have-nots in Europe. I think if they're going to succeed, they need to have a European Union defense agreement. But the problem is the European Union itself is not viable. It's falling apart. So at the end of the day, I think the best thing for Europe is, first of all, to seek normalized relations with Russia, and understand that rather than a traditional military alliance, what they should have is a military committee that just seeks to resolve issues in a non-military manner. Europe needs to demilitarize. There's no reason to have large standing ground armies in Europe nowadays. What's the purpose? Are they going to invade Africa? Are they going to invade the Middle East? Do they really want to go to war against Russia? What's the purpose of a large ground army? What will happen if Europe has large ground armies? That Europe will go to war against Europe. You'll get these smaller organizations, and you'll see. I mean, you already see it happening right now, where Croatia, Albania, and Kosovo are coming together with a military alliance, and they're being countered by Serbia, Hungary, and Slovakia. These are mini NATO alliances within the NATO alliance, each of which incorporate non-NATO membership. And they're doing this because they fear one another and the potential of war. So this is the future of NATO. NATO will break up into different blocks. And then they'll go to war against each other. So Europe's best bet is to start taking the military out of European consideration. You don't need to have a large defense industry. What you need to have is a viable civilian industry that keeps people gainfully employed. Then use your collective economic strength as a way of engendering prosperity, peace, etc. Especially with Russia, which really doesn't want to have a large standing army itself. Would prefer to have a smaller army and spend more time focusing on the things that are important to them. So we'll see. I just think Europe's in a lot of trouble right now. A very dysfunctional continent.
Scott, when I look at the European Union, it seems that what has happened to Europe in the aftermath of creation of this union, and how the United States was playing a role in the whole situation there, it somehow didn't let them to grow up. They don't know how to deal with their issues without the United States. And it seems to be the case, especially right now with the case of Ukraine. Without the United States, they don't know how to deal with their problems. Is that gonna? Do you think that the disintegration of European Union would somehow let them to grow up to somehow being more sane, more objective toward their goals, toward their future?
Well, I mean, you have children, right? You're a parent. How do you encourage your children to grow up? There's a period of time where you have to provide security for them, provide a home, provide food, provide, shelter, safety. But at some point in time, the children reach the age of maturity, and you expect them to go out on their own. You do what you can to prepare them for that moment, but they go out. But if at that moment you instead convert your basement into a home where they are allowed to stay, and you say, don't worry about getting a job, I will continue to give you an allowance, and I will pay for everything. And you do that for 30 years. Next thing you know, you got a 50-year-old kid living in your basement who's incapable of operating on their own. That's Europe. Europe at the end of the Second World War became almost totally subordinated to the United States. The Marshall Plan, impacted Europe economically and, by an extension, politically. Europe never matured as a continent, as a people. They were always under the control of the United States, at least the influence. It's not that the United States was aggressive in its assertion of control, although if you take a look at the 1950s and 60s, the CIA's effort to bring down the Communist Party in Italy and in France, etc., we definitely wanted to shape events so that the governments there would be easily, more readily controlled by the United States. But Europe did this willingly. They allowed themselves to become that 50-year-old kid in the basement of their parents' house, and that's where they are today. They've never matured. They've never grown up. They don't know how to. They don't know what to do without daddy. They don't know how to behave. They can't make their own decisions. Let's look at the European Union itself is look economically. It's pretty much subordinated to the G7. And the G7 is dominated by the United States. They don't make decisions independent of the G7. The G7 is a control mechanism used by the United States to control Europe and our major Western-oriented Asian powers, Japan and South Korea. Europe, in terms of security, is linked to NATO, and NATO is dominated by the United States. Literally, Europe is an adult child that's never been allowed to grow up. It doesn't know how to function. They can throw a temper tantrum. It's again, I take a look at France, Germany, and in the United Kingdom now, getting together and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. Well, that's a lot like the 50-year-old kid getting together with his friends in a bar saying, I'm going to declare independence. I'm going to go off and do this. Meanwhile, he's buying beer with the money that daddy gave him to buy beer, and he's going to get back in his car and drive home in the car that mommy bought him, and he's going to go back and living in the basement of the parents' house. There's nothing serious about Europe nowadays. Literally, they're not adults. They're children pretending to be adults. And if the United States actually pulled the plug, they would collapse and wouldn't know what to do.
Did you watch the interview that Tucker Carlson had with the German journalist? He was asking him, what's happening to Germany? Because I think the Germany's case is the worst case. You see some sort of sovereignty in Italy, in France, but when it comes to Germany, they're totally, you don't see the leadership. You don't see their somehow standing for their benefit. And what has happened to Germany? Why they're so much hesitant to express what they're feeling, what would be their benefit? And it seems that you look at them, somehow there's all the leadership, the people who are somehow running the mainstream media in Germany, they're so numb. You don't feel that they have something to say for the benefit of German people, for the benefit of Germany and future of Germany.
Well, the Germans have for so long forgotten what it means to be German, and instead focused on what they thought they had become, which is the largest, most powerful bank of Europe. It's superficial to say this, but I'll say it anyways. I don't think the Germans love being German. In fact, I think a lot of Germans resent being German for a number of reasons. And they're posturing in a way that they believe the United States wants them to posture. And this is dangerous. It's dangerous not only for Germany in terms of, the lack of sovereignty. The fact that, remember, Olaf Scholz stood in the White House while while Joe Biden threatened to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. It didn't say a word. My God, if I were a German leader, I would have put my fist down on the table and said, "You will never do that. If you do that, it's an act of war. We will literally take over the bases, capture all your personnel, and declare war on you. You will not attack Germany. Germany alone makes a decision about its energy policy and its major energy infrastructure. If you have concerns, you can come and talk to me. I was just here, but you don't get to stand up and tell the world you're going to attack a major piece of German infrastructure and expect me to be silent." That would have been a German leader. Instead, Scholz was silent. Why? Because Germany doesn't know how to behave without American leadership. Now, you take a look at Germany and the things that they're doing, from a militaristic standpoint, and people say, "Well, Scott, so you keep talking about the Fourth Reich and the emergence of the Fourth Reich. Isn't that Germany acting out on its own?" No, you guys don't know German history if that's what you believe. The Fourth Reich was born in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, where the United States began the process of whitewashing the German crimes of the Second World War so that they could have this large pool of German military manpower ready to be mobilized to take on the Soviet Union. The whole whitewashing scheme goes back to Nuremberg. Yes, there were people who got there, but it was Eisenhower himself, together with Donovan, that encouraged German generals to begin rewriting the history of the Second World War. One of them, Seidel, wrote a book about the Normandy invasion, 1944, and it showed that the Germans were noble soldiers. It had nothing to do with the Nazis, just fighting this war, as professional soldiers do. Seidel was arrested and put on trial together with a dozen other German generals for committing war crimes, mass murder. Hundreds of thousands of civilians died under his watch while in areas of Europe that he occupied. He was found guilty, sentenced to 20 years in jail, but he was released by John McCloy, Truman's man who came in and took over, the occupation of Germany and basically freed all the Nazi generals and then oversaw the incorporation of Germany into NATO and the creation of the modern day Bundeswehr, which was commanded by Nazi generals and it comprised a lot of former Wehrmacht soldiers. And the Bundeswehr, together with the BND, German intelligence service, which simply incorporated General Galen's Eastern Intelligence Organization that was set up against the Russians, against the Soviets, to include their operatives inside Ukraine that were working with the Banderists. The CIA took that over and ran it for a decade. We ran operations using Nazis to coordinate with Nazis to resist the Russians. And so the Germans, they've been conditioned for two things. One, to be subordinated to the United States, and two, to whitewash their Nazi past and encourage that kind of posturing because they believe that's what the United States wants. It's very dangerous. A very dangerous thing to be, going back to behaviors that were reprehensible the first time around, and Germany expects the world not to be repulsed by it the second time around. When you have a German chancellor talking about how they won't make the same mistake, well, what mistake did you make in World War II? I would hope you believe the same mistake as you won't ever again engage in an illegal war of aggression, and reflect back on the one Nuremberg trial, which had meaning, which was the first one where Judge Jackson, the prosecutor, and worked with the other judges to find that war of aggression was the ultimate war crime, because from the war of aggression, all other crimes take place. And yet Germany seems to believe right now that it can carry out a war of aggression against Russia, and somehow the United States will tolerate this. That it's okay. Does Germany want Lebensraum now? Do they want to go in and move to the Ural Mountains and take all the Russians that live west of the Ural Mountains and kill them and enslave everybody else so the Germans can live back to their World War II ambition of having vacation homes in Crimea, where you have Russian slaves serving them? That's what they did. What mistake does, we're not going to make the same mistake. Mertz said, well, yes, you are. You're making the exact same mistake. But I don't know what's going on in Germany. It's a dysfunctional nation. Truly is a dysfunctional nation. And increasingly it's becoming a nation that, if it's not brought under control by the German people, will be a nation that I've often likened Ukraine to a rabid dog that needs to be shot, taking a cue out of, To Kill a Mockingbird in the role play by Atticus Finch, and shooting a rabid dog that was terrorizing the streets of the town. Germany's about to become a rabid dog too. And maybe we need an American Atticus Finch to put the German rabid dog down once and for all, because the third time's a charm. Germany's already done this a couple times. They shouldn't be allowed to do it again.
Do you see the United States moving toward some sort of talks, direct talk with Russia? Because
Well, we're in
that's
direct
a-
talks.
No, but they're somehow putting Ukraine on the table. They're trying to let Ukraine be on the table to talk with Russians. But when we're gonna have the three parties, I'm talking about the United States together with Ukraine on one side and Russia on the other side, that would somehow
Never.
facilitate.
Never. What right does the United States have to be
You
at
mean
the
the main barrier would be Zelensky and his administration?
No, the
since-
main barrier is Russia. Why would Russia give the United States that power? What has the United States done to earn that power? I mean, Russia's not going to complicate things. Russia's made it clear what their goals and objectives are. And it's an issue of Ukraine and Russia's relationship with Ukraine, not of the United States suddenly stepping in after, it's just like the arsonist sets the building on fire. And then when the fire department comes and says, I'll tell you how to fight the fire. No, you set it on fire. Get the hell out of the way. The United States set Ukraine on fire. So why do they now get to come to the table and start dictating anything? The United States is in no position to dictate. And I don't think Russia's in the business of listening to America dictate. What Russia would like to do is work through Ukraine to get to the other issues that they should be discussing with the United States. Strategic arms reduction, the resumption of economic benefits, the normalization of diplomatic relations. These are things that should be discussed. But Ukraine, Russia's already made it clear what their Ukrainian position is, and that's what's frustrating to Trump, is that he's confronted now with the reality that Russia is not listening to him because he doesn't matter. He's irrelevant, especially when you try. What are Trump's real motivations here? He wants credit for stopping the war. Why? What's his the Nobel Peace Prize? Of course, that's what he wants. He always talks about it. Is that really your motivation for stopping this? Means that it's all about Trump and it's not about the reality of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And then to stop this war in a way that gives him some sort of advantage. Well, the Russians are tired of that game. They're tired of entering negotiations with the United States that the United States uses just to retain advantage over the Russians. Russia didn't start this war, but Russia will finish this war on terms that are acceptable to Russia. And that's the reality the United States has to say. I don't believe there will ever be three-party negotiations. I think at the end of the day, Ukraine surrenders to Russia, and that's it.
But the security architecture, I think what Russia wants from the conflict in Ukraine, for any sort of settlement happening to the conflict in Ukraine, is the security architecture of the region, which would be Europe and together with Russia. Is Donald Trump prepared to facilitate that process? Do you see that coming in the Trump administration?
The problem is I don't think the Trump administration knows what it wants for a European security infrastructure. On the one hand, Trump has talked about how NATO is a leech sucking the life out of America, and America needs to disentangle itself from Europe. And then he turns around because he's mad at Putin, and now he's talking about, America, getting back into the game in Europe. But then the way we get back into the game is just insulting to the Europeans. We get back in the game not by putting up America's economic resources and military resources and diplomatic resources, but is the way that a grifter does. Buy the weapon twice. That's what we're telling Europe. Hey, you already bought one of those Patriots from us. Give it to the Ukrainians and buy another one to replace it. And that's our contribution to the war. It's a scam. It's a grift. It's a con. which means he's not serious. And so I think at some point in time, once you remove Ukraine from the equation, Donald Trump will be politically empowered to start making decisions that make sense for the United States. And one of those decisions will be, I think, to move to improve relations with Ukraine and get the United States out of the NATO entanglement. But right now, because Ukraine has become a political hot potato for the president because of his inability to stop the war and therefore seeking to blame Vladimir Putin, he's trapped. He's in the NATO trap. But long term, I don't think neither he nor his like-minded people want to stay in the NATO trap forever. I think that J.D. Vance, potential future president of the United States, isn't enthralled about either Europe or NATO.
The problem is, in my opinion, the United Kingdom would not let Ukraine to get out of the equation.
How do they stop it?
They're just preparing everything.
But they got nothing.
Zelensky going to be in power?
Zelensky's one man. He's a corrupt Ukrainian general resident in the United Kingdom right now, whose only power comes from the British press.
Scott, do you really believe what has happened to the Russian nuclear bombers was somehow the United States? I don't believe it was the United States.
No, it was the British.
It was all cooked up in Europe. I
never said it was the United States. I always said it was the British.
So it shows how important, how seriously they're involved.
They're serious, but Nima, it's a trick play. I mean, do you follow American football?
Yeah,
I like American football. I played it all my life. Can't play it anymore because it's a young man's game. But I just know this. When I played in college, and my coach, great guy, classic football guy, Syracuse graduate, played for the Baltimore Colts, and now he's our coach. And he's about the fundamentals. I mean, we blocked, we tackled, and we ran, and we passed. And we focused on. Are we back? Yeah. All right.
You're back, Scott.
Yeah, my internet is goofing up. But the point is, we focused on the fundamentals, and we would practice the fundamentals. And only after we had the fundamentals down did we throw in some trick plays. They would say, okay, this is a special play. We're going to rehearse it a couple times, but we don't spend too much time on it because it's a trick play. And the bottom line is, if it comes down to you have to use a trick play, it means you had problems with the fundamentals and you need to turn to a trick play. The drone attack against the Russian strategic bombers was a trick play. It's not fundamentals. The Russians are doing the fundamentals on the battlefield. The Russians are doing the fundamentals over the airspace over Ukraine. They're dominating. The Russians are doing the economic fundamentals. All England has is trick plays. You don't win games with trick plays. That's the bottom line. Yeah, you have to take them seriously, but at the end of the day, even when they execute one properly, as they did with the strategic bombers, it doesn't change anything. Actually, it made matters worse because now it caused the Russians to up the ante on their aerial pressure being placed on Zelensky. It's caused the Russians to, maximize production output of their geranium drones and to launch, be prepared to launch up to 1,000 drones a day against Ukraine for a sustained period of time. That's what the trick play got you. Yeah, I'm not worried about the British. I don't think the Russians are worried about the British either. It doesn't mean you ignore them, but it's not game changer. What do the British have to offer besides trick plays? I mean, they brought Zelensky in, but Zelensky's run his course. They're trying to position Zelensky, but Zelensky has no domestic base. And at the end of the day, I understand Zelensky's a very corrupt individual. And if he tries to come back into Ukraine and take over, it's only because he wants to make money. And the other corrupt Ukrainians will tear him down. Zelensky won't survive a democratic process. He can't survive. And the Russians will never put up with a man who, poses with Azov veterans while Stepan Bandera is in the background. I mean, he is literally the definition of a Nazi, and therefore he will be denazified. That's the best the British have. Trick play. That's it. They don't have fundamentals.
Scott, we had the Iranian foreign minister. He had an interview with on Fox News. And how do you find the way that Iranians are somehow trying to communicate with Americans, especially with the Trump administration in the aftermath of those attacks?
I think they've taken a page out of Vladimir Putin's book, to be honest, where Putin will say, "Oh, we want to have negotiations. We want to have discussions. We'll sit down at the table, send a team right now to talk to you, but we're not going to change anything we're doing on the battlefield." That's just the reality of the way it is. I think the Iranians right now are saying, we're willing to talk with the West, with the United States, but we don't trust your negotiations because you screwed us over. So we got to figure that one out. We're willing to work with the IAEA, just not grossly or the way it's currently configured. We got to work that one out too. I think that's what's happening here. What they're doing is they're making sure all doors are left open, not to provide any excuse for not having a diplomatic off-ramp. But it also appears that are very, unified and solidified in their position on, where Iran is and where Iran's going and what Iran will accept. A lot of the decision making now has been taken out of, the hands of the foreign ministry, the presidency, and the Atomic Energy Agency, and put into the Supreme National Security Council. Now, the president sits at the head of that. There's no doubt about that. But it's also, there's other major actors in there, and has, it's under sort of the direct supervision of the Supreme Leader and the office of the Supreme Leader. So there's no more room for the president coming up with an idea and running with it, and then you have the Guardian Council review the Parliament's decision, then it goes up to the what's after that? The Expediency Council, and then maybe the Assembly of Experts will weigh in, and nope, they've swept it clean. Supreme National Security Council. That's it. That's the decision-making body right now. Everything goes through this. And I think that what that's designed to do is eliminate uncertainty within Iran. Because I think you would agree that, there was a split between the presidency and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in the lead up to this 12-day war. I think what the Iranians have said is we can't allow that split to happen, because what happens is our enemies exploit that split. And so now they're together. There's only one voice, and that's the voice that comes out of the Supreme National Security Council.
We had Ali Larijani. He's so close to the Iranian leader. He went to Russia to talk with Vladimir Putin. It seems that on the Iranian part, on their side, Iranian side, there's so much connected with Russia and China. They know, they communicate, they know what would be the next step on their part. Russia knows, China knows. But on the part of the United States, you don't see that happening. Even you don't see Marco Rubio talks the way that he wants. Donald Trump talks the way he wants. And you see some sort of chaos, if you put it. Are they gonna bring all these forces, all these mindsets together to reach a unity, some sort of unity toward what's going on with Iran, or we're gonna see the same sort of chaos that we've seen so far?
I think chaos is is what we're going to see out of the Trump administration. First of all, to avoid chaos, you have to have systems in place for policy coordination. That's normally the way things have operated the last couple of decades. A strong national security advisor at the head of a strong national security council. If you've seen over the course of years the growth of the National Security Council, you start with Kissinger, a very small group, and you go up, and each presidency seems to expand the size of the National Security Council. Trump was betrayed by the National Security Council in his first presidency. If you go back to Alexander Vindman, who was, on the NSC staff and coordinating with Ciarello, the CIA asset, Trump doesn't trust the National Security Council structure. He feels that he was betrayed by it. So this time around, Trump also early on, he had to fire, I think it was Michael Waltz, the national security advisor, because Waltz was doing his own thing, which is something Trump always fears out of the National Security Council. So now you have Marco Rubio dual-hatted. This is a horrible thing. It's constitutionally questionable whether or not he can do that, because as the national security advisor, he works for the president, is not held accountable to Congress. But as the Secretary of State, having been, ratified by the Senate, he's responsible to the Senate. They can summon him in. And so now now Rubio can just decide, am I advising the president, Secretary of State, or am I advising the president of the National Security Council? Henry Kissinger is the only other person that had that kind of strength, and he himself recognized the constitutional limitations of this. But the other thing is that the State Department is downsizing. I mean, you saw they fired 1,300 some odd staffers. Many of them came from the Intelligence Bureau. They were fired. Why? Well, because, gosh, they have opinions. They represent the permanent bureaucracy of people who have inherited policies from previous administrations, and their job is to keep those policies going in a relatively consistent manner. Trump doesn't want to do that. He wants to have his own policies. So they've gutted the State Department. The National Security Council is dysfunctional, almost non-existent, in the role that it plays. There is no structure of policy coordination. And as a result, policies tend to be made in a very knee-jerk reaction by the president. And if anything, the National Security Council then backfills and works with, but normally the president in a meeting will say something. The National Security Advisor will then hold a principals meeting and say, the president had said this, I need you to go back and, start developing thoughts on it. We're going to turn it over to my deputy, and you guys need to delegate. And the deputies' meetings now will take over the interagency coordination process. And they get together, they break down, and they create working groups, and people get into these working groups, and they start to discuss things. They share it, they write up papers, staff it back and forth till it gets briefed up to the deputies level, and the deputies go, we got something. They convene the principals, they say they got something, they take it to the president. Now they have policy. Everybody agrees on it. That ain't happening right now. The president just makes his own damn decision, and everybody's playing catch up. So they flip the script, and it's dysfunctional. So I don't see anybody coming together on Iran anytime soon. They will all be prisoner to the whim of the president. That's the case of Ukraine as well.
Two cases are happening in the United States. The case of Epstein and Russiagate. It's coming out, and Tulsi Gabbard was talking about it. Do you feel these two cases are against each other? Somehow they're fighting each other, the two sides?
It'd be easy to see that, except then you have to, if you take a look at the roots of each one. I think Epstein is a huge political problem for this president, and not a political problem. Again, I could be proven wrong. I don't know. I don't think the president is guilty of anything involving Epstein, except bad judgment. The problem the president has is that the Epstein file, it's not a file in the classic sense, we'll just call it the file in terms of the concept of Epstein and what he was doing, is highly likely is an Israeli intelligence collection operation built around sexual blackmail of the worst kind. And if the truth gets out, it could permanently damage U.S.-Israeli relations. In fact, it could make it impossible for us to have normal relations with the state of Israel. And given the power of the Israeli lobby, there's just pressure on the United States to make this thing go away. I mean, this is why you see Pam Bondi now. I guess she's going to go meet with, Ghislaine Maxwell, and maybe even Congress is going to call it. I think they're just looking at a way to bring out the one person and try to whitewash this whole thing and make it go away, so they don't have to talk. They don't have to mention the state of Israel. Tulsi Gabbard's efforts at declassification, having been involved in the intelligence community and knowing what it takes to declassify documents, understand that she's only been DNI for 6 months. To try and declassify top secret documents and things of that nature, it's a lengthy process. And so I just see the timeline for declassification being consistent with, the product that she's produced. And I think it was developed independently of the Epstein problem. That's my opinion. It could be that she accelerated it because someone said, hey, that thing you were getting ready to release last month or next month, could you release it now? Who knows? But I think that, because this is being referred to for criminal prosecution, I think it's a tighter investigation than simply saying, oh, let's do this because we have problems with Epstein, we need to release something. I think the two are separate.
Today I talked with Miranda Scott. He said that Iran is prepared to defend itself against Israel. And they expect that Israel is going to attack Iran again. But looking at Israel and their attack, and if we put ourselves in the Israelis, in their shoes, and to understand what would be their attitude, what would be their policy, what they're going to gain from any sort of attack, I don't see that coming. They're coming out of a new war with Iran in the Middle East that it doesn't seem that would be beneficial for the state of Israel, for the administration, even for Netanyahu himself.
Well, Netanyahu has long positioned Iran to be the greatest existential threat to Israel, and using the Iran's nuclear program as the justification. I think the Israelis have bought into a policy of regime change, and I think the United States has voiced its support of this policy. And so this becomes an existential struggle, something that Netanyahu has been trying to get a long time. He's finally been able to get the United States to bomb Iran. That's something he wanted a long time ago. May not have been exactly what he wanted, but I think that Professor Morandi is 100% correct. I think there will be a continuation of this conflict. But Israel gave up a couple very valuable resources to strike Iran this time in an effort to achieve regime change. I understand that's what they were trying to do, and they failed. They gave up a program that was at least 10 years old of deploying these drone factories into Iran. We don't know the extent to which these drones have been cleaned up by the Iranians. There was a story in the Iranian press. I don't know if it's just done for propaganda purposes, of the thief that broke into a home and found a drone factory and called in the cops and said, "I'm a thief. I broke in, but I have to report what I've seen." That could just be a story, but the point is, if it's true, that means there's still capability resident inside Iran to carry out the kind of drone attacks that frustrated the Iranians in the last conflict. The other thing that the Israelis gave up was the ability to fly out to the Caspian Sea and hit Tehran coming out of the Caspian Sea. I think the Iranians now are developing the ability to deploy very capable combat aircraft over the Caspian Sea and a combat air patrol to prevent that ever happening again. So in order for there to be another conflict, Israel would have to have other cards up their sleeves, other approaches to this battlefield that would take the Iranians by surprise. And the fact that Israel seems to be hell-bent on having a follow-on conflict with Iran means that I think the Israelis may have other surprises for the Iranians. The unprecedented penetration of the Iranian intelligence services by the Israelis is something that should scare the out of the Iranian leadership. I mean, the assassination attempt that took place against Pezeshkian on June 15th means that they acknowledged that the Supreme National Security Council meeting had been scheduled for a specific time and the specific location. And then they also had knowledge of the technical aspects, the design aspects of the building, because they attempted what they called the Nasrallah solution, which was to blow up all the exits and have the people die of, Nasrallah wasn't blown up. He died of asphyxiation because all of the exits where the bunker he was in were sealed off and he couldn't breathe. That's what they tried to do to Pezeshkian and the others. The amount of intelligence involved in that is, unreal. That shows a deep penetration of the Iranian, security mechanisms. Has Iran rooted all that out, solved those problems? I don't know. But I think the fact that the Israelis are so aggressive on this, there's other tricks. If I were the Iranians, I'd be very concerned about cyber penetration. We know that the United States, back in the Stuxnet area, was working on a follow-on virus. I can't remember the new Zeus or something of that nature. That takes control of all of the infrastructure, the ability to turn on and off traffic lights, to shut down electricity, to create chaos and sow confusion. Is there a death switch the Israelis can hit, the second time around that shuts down Iran? Has Iran solved that problem? It's a big gamble for Israel, because the one thing we know is that the Israelis haven't solved the Iranian ballistic missile problem, and that whatever punches Israel plans on delivering, Iran is now prepared to, engage using a higher caliber missile force. That Iran has absorbed the lessons of this conflict. We saw over the course of the conflict, their ability to penetrate Iranian air defenses increased as the war went on. They developed greater sophistication in their attacks, and they started to deploy more advanced weapon systems. So I would imagine that the Iranians will be able to achieve the same level of penetration of the Israeli ballistic missile defense system to bring punishing blows against Israel quicker than before. And so it becomes a race to see who can knock who out. Very dangerous situation, but I do agree with Professor Morandi that the Israelis haven't backed off of their plan. Why do they do it? Because Netanyahu's political future depends on him being able to posture himself as a wartime president, the only man capable of defeating Iran and securing Israel.
Scott, just to wrap up this session, how do you find the case of Gaza? 25 countries, somehow they're criticizing Israel for what they're doing in Gaza. But when it comes to the reality of what's going on, nobody seems to do something substantial, do something practical in terms of forcing Netanyahu and his administration, Israelis, to accept something in Gaza. You look at the scenes, videos, pictures, it's unbelievable what's going on there.
Look, I said this a long time ago. I may have said it with you. The saturation factor, the exhaustion factor. The Israelis have saturated death, Gazan death, across the global airwaves to the point where the world just wakes up every morning expecting that it's normal that 200 Gazan civilians will have been killed, many of them women and children. We're no longer shocked by seeing dismembered children. We're not shocked by Israeli snipers shooting innocent people. We're not shocked by any of this. It just becomes the background noise. And the concept of genocide, likewise, is it no longer has meaning, the word, because it's been used so often with no consequence, to the point where the world accepts that Israel is committing genocide, and yet because of the saturation, we're not shocked by it. We just continue to go on. The indifference of the world to the suffering of the Palestinian people. And it's one of the great tragedies of what's happening right now, the absolute indifference. It's like we're watching, instead of seeing reality, it's almost as if we're watching reality TV. It's entertainment. And there's a certain genre of film that are designed to shock people and scare people, and that's what's happening here. This is tragic. It disgusts me. It sickens me. But what do you do when you're confronted with a world that collectively has no conscience, none whatsoever? And I also, if you recall, warned people. They said, "Oh man, we need Hezbollah to come in." I said, "No, you don't." Because the second Hezbollah comes in, you got a different conflict with other people dying. It'll steal the show because it's fresher. It's different. You mean dead Lebanese? That's new. Let's look at dead Lebanese. We're tired of looking at dead Gazans. We've seen that film before. And now we have Syria falling apart. They're shooting Druze. We got videos of Druze being gunned down as if, let's see that. That's really cool. That's interesting. We haven't seen that before, because we're tired of seeing dead Lebanese and dead Gazans. I mean, this is the perversity of the human condition, where, we have made death so normal, so utterly normal, that we forget how horrible it is. Hind Rajab should have brought tears to everybody's eyes, but there's a freaking 20 Hind Rajabs dying a day in Gaza right now. And we're just saturated with it. And there's, I don't know how to defend what's happening in the world today. I can't defend it. I can't defend what's happening in my country. The fact that we continue to facilitate this or allow this to legitimize this. Europe has lost all conscience. There's nothing there. They continue to say that they object to this. I mean, Kalia Kallas has came out and said, if you don't stop, we're going to do something. What are you going to do? Nothing. China, at least, has come out and said the continued killing of Gazan civilians is going to compel, and nothing happening in the West is going to compel China to do things that the West will never expect China to do. I don't know what that is, because China doesn't have the capacity to militarily intervene. But at least China might be waking up with a conscience to do this. But come on, Nima, this sickens me. It sickens me. I mean, I don't know what to do. Wrap a keffiyeh around me and go out and demonstrate? Yay, I'm one of tens of thousands to do that, and nothing has happened. Write another article? I could do that, but that's just one of many articles that has been written. Lobby for what? Congress doesn't care. The pro-Israeli lobby has such firm control over the Congress that Congress can just ignore this. We criminalize dissent. We criminalize, anybody who speaks out against Israel. America's dysfunctional in this regard. So is Europe. And as a result, this tiny genocidal country of Israel gets away with literal murder. The only way the Israelis are held to account is by the bravery of Hamas. The only way. Every day, Hamas scores another victory against the Israeli occupation forces. And that's ultimately what's going to bring this war to an end, is the courageous resistance of Hamas. And tragically, the stoic resilience of the Palestinian people, who will refuse to bend the knee and yield as they're being starved to death, bombed to death, beaten to death. I mean, I could go on forever. It's just because I don't know what to say. I mean, that's the truth. I don't know what to say, because words can't do any of this justice. Words are meaningless. What's needed is action. What's needed is the Egyptian army to mobilize and move into the Negev and take over Dimona. What's needed is the Jordanians to make a thrust out of the West Bank into Jerusalem and seize Jerusalem. What's needed is Turkey to come driving through Syria and capture Tel Aviv. What's needed is for the Israeli nation to be removed from the face of the earth. That's what's needed, because Israel is a cancer on the Middle East and on the world. And if you don't believe that, then you're ignorant. There's no way you can sit there and justify what Israel has become. Listen to the words of the Israelis themselves, even those who want the hostages removed. They don't want to stop. Majority of them believe it's okay to continue to kill the Gazans. The majority of Israelis believe it's okay to continue doing this. Israelis are saying that there is no such thing as a civilian. Hell, Alan Dershowitz is saying that on American TV. There's no such thing as a civilian. There's no such thing as an innocent civilian. My God, Alan, there are. And I talked to Alan. He talked about having compassion. There's no compassion there, because we've eliminated the status of civilian. Therefore, everything's a legitimate military target. You have Israeli ministers that say, we'll kill everybody. And yet the world allows them to exist. Now, the only solution is to eliminate Israel. And the world's not ready to do that. And what will it take? And sadly, I think that the world will be willing to let all the Palestinians die before they take any action against Israel, because we've just become immune to Palestinian death. One day we'll wake up and they won't be there.
Just or just not to be in this sort of mood, Scott, do you feel that the case of Syria is somehow going the way that Israel wanted it to be, or the situation is somehow much more complicated? You see the factions within the Druze community.
It was
Some
always
factions
complicated, Nina. It was always complicated. It's just like Iraq was always complicated. Saddam Hussein held Iraq together, understood the complexities. If you go in and take a look at the Ba'ath, I didn't have a chance to go through the totality of Ba'ath Party documentation, but I reviewed enough of it while I was a weapons inspector there. The way that Saddam Hussein had organized Iraq was designed to bring the factions together, to simplify things, to streamline things. It was actually fairly democratic in terms of empowerment of minorities, etc. And then we removed him, and Iraq fell apart into these factions, etc. Syria is the same thing. I mean, the Syrian Ba'athist Party was a glue that held it together, imperfectly, but it held it together, seeking to streamline and simplify and get rid of these. But you remove Bashar al-Assad without a plan, and what you brought in was Al-Qaeda, whose only plan is violence. And this was inevitable. I said it from day one. This is what's going to happen. It doesn't take anybody by surprise who studied Syria, who knows Syria. Just those dreamers who thought, oh, no, this is okay. This is fine. Everything will be okay. It won't be okay, because there's no such thing as a singularity of votes. The Druze have different factions. The Shia have different factions. The Sunnis have different factions. What is ISIS in Syria? People tend to forget that the majority of the ISIS fighters that fought for ISIS were Syrian tribal people. Yes, they brought in the foreigners, but at the end of the day, it was the ability of ISIS to take advantage of the dysfunction of the Syrian government, the dislocation of Syrian power, to exploit the vacuum, to go into the Bedouin tribes and recruit the Bedouin tribes and make them part of that, what's led to the massive expansion into Anbar. Similar things, Arab Bedouin tribes moving into Tikrit region through Mosul. That's what made ISIS work. And ISIS, at the end of the day, is an ideology that thrives in a vacuum. What is Syria today? A vacuum. So what do you see? You see the resurgence. You're seeing the resurgence of ISIS again, because they thrive off of this lack of central authority. The Bedouin tribes of Syria is the basic recruiting ground of ISIS. And you're going to see a resurrection of this. They may call it something different, but it's going to be reborn. And that's just going to lead to more death and destruction, because ISIS can't exist with anything other than pure Wahhabist Sunni fundamentalism. So they'll kill the Druze, they'll kill the Shia, they'll kill the Alawites, they'll kill the Christians. That's Syria right now. It's the killing fields, literally the killing fields. It's not good for Israel. It's not good for anybody. It's a tragedy.
Yeah.
But it's entertaining as hell. I mean, come on, we get to watch different kinds of ways of people dying. You know, all the sickos out there that you know, wake up every morning, look at these videos and all this stuff. I mean, I scroll through them, but I stopped watching. I'm just tired of watching people die because it's meaningless. I mean, it'd be one thing if you watch death and you say, okay, rally around, let's go in, let's take care. That's what America should be doing. You remember when Donald Trump fired the cruise missiles into Syria in 2018 because the white helmets exploited falsified videotapes of people, of children being decontaminated who weren't really, we care. We saw this. The human suffering was such that we had to respond. Why aren't you looking at the videos of the Druze men being forced to jump off of balconies or the families lined up and gunned down? Why aren't you looking at that, Donald Trump, and make a decision, oh my God, we can't allow this to happen, and send American military power in there? Kill Giuliani. Kill Giuliani. Kill Giuliani. Give him the death sentence he deserves. Kill every single one of these ISIS head-chopping idiots that are running around there. If you're on a videotape murdering civilians, that's an automatic death sentence. Automatic. Capture them, put them against the wall, shoot them. Kill them all. That's the only way to finish this, is to kill all of these head-chopping murderers instead of legitimizing them. But that's not what's going to happen. Instead, we're going to play stupid games and we're going to win stupid prizes. And the only people who are going to suffer are the people of Syria, or what was formerly called Syria. The solution may be Turkey. I don't know. Maybe the Turks can come in and bring some order to this. You know, one thing I know about the Turks is that they'll have no hesitation in killing people that they feel are, I mean, they've committed horrible crimes against the Kurds because they view the Kurds as terrorists. And maybe if the Turks turned on HTS and treated them that way, you could eradicate it. But Turkey's got a big problem because, you know, a large part of HTS are these Turkic peoples that come in from the Uyghurs and the Uzbeks and everybody who's coming from Central Asia who are there now, tens of thousands of them with families, women and children. What do you do with that? We created a nightmare. Bashar al-Assad held this dysfunctional fake state together because Syria is always a dysfunctional fake state. Manufactured, Sykes-Picot, draw lines on a map, fake, put in a Hashemite king. The Ba'athist Party was the logical reaction to this to try and bring these things together. And yet we declared war on Baathism and we declared war on Bashar al-Assad and we finally got rid of him. And now we're paying the price. And the same thing in Iraq. Iraq is a dysfunctional state. Can we come up with something positive to talk about? Because this is about as depressing as it gets, man.
Yeah, nothing positive coming up these days. Yeah. Thank you so much, Scott, for being with us today. Great pleasure as always.
Thanks, and hopefully next time we can find something positive to talk about.
Yeah,
Have a great day.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Major talks about killing your premier. Add on top of that the North's general hate of the East, and you can start to get the picture of the sort of tribal tension Nigeria was heading towards.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 Northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or a permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there may be 10 laborers employed only.
All right. That is Amadu Bello. Interesting discussion they had there. Let me first get your first impression about this video before I share mine.
When I began to study history and study the whole thing that happened at that time, I began to understand him better. When he came to power under the campaign of North first, just like this American man now, Trump. Is Trump now saying America first, and people are still hailing him. So that's very similar to what this Hamadu Bello was doing, because he came as a premier to campaigning. Actually, they call it northernization policy. That was his whole campaign, northernization. And what pushed him to do that was because at the time of independence, or just before independence, the people who were mostly educated, the most educated people in Nigeria were Igbos, actually. It is later on that, thanks to Awolowo, that the Westerners, the Yorubas, overtook and took that position. But before, it was the Igbos. And the Igbos were not just the most educated, they were the most enlightened because of their trade and because of their traveling. So they were traveling, and then they had a lot of them in the army. So imagine that out of Nigeria, we have over 300 nationalities, right? And there were, let's say, by the time of independence, let's say we had 500. I forgot the number, but I will remember. I can find it. I think I wrote it in one of my books. Let's say we have 500 officers in Nigerian army. Out of that 500, no, let's say 100. Let's say we had 100 officers, top officers, the top-notch officers in Nigerian army. Out of that 100, 80 of them were Igbos. And we still have 300 other tribes. So 10 of them were Yorubas, maybe. And this was at the point, that was the kind of thing in the civil servants also. Yeah, so that is what he mentioned. And but in the kind of civil service, it was even worse. 7 people were Igbos in the civil servants, not of the East though, but of the North. Yeah. 2 were Yoruba and only one is another. And he was one of the enlightened and educated Northern at that time. So he came to say, no, this is not just. If we want to build one Nigeria, let's build one Nigeria, but after we raise up the North to come to the level of the West and of the East. That's what he was saying. And that's why they denied the independence. Because we were supposed to have gotten independence since 57 or 58. But they said, no, let us raise our people's level first. So that's what he was referring to. But it's not that. But when you listen to the person who is commenting and the commentators of today, mainly Igbos, they always refer to this speech as a proof of the hatred of the North towards the East. Yeah. But this is not hatred. This is a policy. But he was not just talking against the Igbos, he was talking against the Yorubas too. was talking against all other Nigerians too. So I said I would never agree with him. But after studying what he was going through, I mean, what was happening, and if you then later on study his result, this man has done so much for the North through that northernization. He was able to, bring life and bring so much development to the North. But it was wrong by doing it at the expense of other Nigerians and the Igbos. He was supposed to create more opportunities for the Northerners, but not at the expense of the Igbos or other Nigerians. So also, it was not politically correct, but it was sincere and truthful. But it was not, I don't see it as hate. That time it was not hatred. And he was also making a point that Igbos, they don't try to pay attention to. And the point he was making is that the Igbos had a tendency of pushing themselves forward, even in a different territory.
Which is still to today.
It is still to today. Okay. If it is still to today, so which means if I were an Igbo person, I would have the way an Igbo person would tell you is that, oh, we are just industrious, we are just brilliant, we are smarter than everybody else. That's why. But if I were them, I would have advised them to say, no, teach your people to be more humble. Teach your people to be more meek. Teach your people to embrace more of service than dominance. If you have the attitude of service and attitude of humility, you will be better embraced. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. So, so he's talking about equality within the Igbo people that needs to be addressed as well. But the person who was talking there, he was talking about hatred. He's not talking about what could we address. What do we need to also do better? They want other nations to change. They want other nationalities to change towards them.
To receive them more.
To receive them more. But they are not considering changing towards other nationalities in their own attitude and behavior as well. But personally, I don't see much problem with the Igbos. I don't see that as a big problem, really. I think most Igbos that I know are very humble people. The ones that I know, I don't know the ones I don't know, but the ones that I know and have met, they are very humble, and then they have learned the lesson of being humble and submissive. I think Nigeria has evolved since that time. And most of the Igbos that are really successful, they have learned that lesson. They have, maybe because they have mixed up a lot with other nationalities and they have traveled. So you know that for you to really, have a headway, for you not to be hated, it's not going to be in Nigeria, it's not going to be in the North alone, it will be everywhere. You still need to show that, meekness. And most of the Igbos that I know, they are like that. They are very meek, they are very humble. I like them. I don't have any complaint about Igbo or anybody personally.
But I guess some Igbo who beg to differ, because reading some of your
speeches, my talk
and everything.
Yeah, my talk are always not about the Igbos, but about the Biafra iPod people. It is the iPod people that I answered the way, because they have been ill-informed and they have been deceived, the iPod people. And I think that it's not only me who should be speaking against that, but I think that all normal Igbos should be speaking against the iPod people too.
The Igbo elite and intellectuals.
Yes. Thank you so much for watching our videos. Now, we need to spread this word, and we need to do it together. For that to happen, we need your help. Just 5 little steps that you will help us to spread the word. Number one thing we need you to do is to like the videos. Please go like this video right now. Number 2, if you have not yet subscribed to our channel, please go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Number 3, we need you to press and click on that notification bell. You see the bell? Go press on it. And number 4, we need you to go comment. Write your comment, good or bad. Just write what you feel. Number 5, share on every platform. Share on Instagram, share on Facebook. Just share and spread the word. Thank you so much.
Mr. Arrow Smith, welcome to the
Hello.
program.
Hello.
And Mrs. Carol Smith, welcome to the
Hello.
program.
Thank you. May I say how delighted we are to be on Passion. We've looked forward to speaking to an African television station for decades. This is something we have looked forward to for such a long time, and we are so happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Arrow Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the Colonial Office and posted to Nigeria. He took his final examination a year ahead of his class. He also married Mrs. Carol Smith, whom he met while they were both at Oxford University. Together they went to Nigeria, where they had their 2 children. Mr. Arrow Smith, you were featured in a program recently by BBC Radio 4,
Yes.
titled Document,
Yes.
and that was hosted by Mr. Mike Thompson.
Yes.
You are alleged that the British government rigged the first and most important election in the history of Nigeria in 1959 in favor of the North. Am I correct?
Yes.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
From 1955 to 1960. And we were based in Lagos. I was on the staff of the Department of Labour. I was largely occupied with employment problems, all the employment exchanges, and statistics and international reports, and was kept pretty busy. I was also stationed in Lagos in charge of the capital and the port. I was the port labour officer as well. And I also devised a port labour scheme and later a social security scheme, which was one of the first in Africa, which guaranteed workers some income after they'd finished work. It was a providence scheme. As I say, it was called the National Providence Scheme. And I was very proud to have put that on the statute book.
I was going to ask you what your role is. You've mentioned 3 important. Is there any particular name given to your office while you were there?
Just Labour officer. I was a Labour officer, a senior civil servant.
Okay.
I only intended to stay in Lagos initially for 2 tours of duty. Although because of this conflict with the elections, there were difficulties. Actually, government wouldn't let me leave the civil service. They were determined that I should stay in the civil service after my 2 tours. And I was offered very considerable incentives, including a knighthood, to stay and work for government. Primarily, this was because I had access to state secrets. I learned, and the Governor General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. Even in '56, the Northern leaders were very proud and were saying, if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections, they might not join Nigeria, they might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive? There were no industries, there's not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And then it was, the Governor General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the East or the Yoruba in the West, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the 2 southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government, because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that and talked about leaving the federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing. And as I say, this was confirmed to me by the Governor General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth, because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in.
You mentioned statistics. You were collecting figures. Yes. Is that for labor and unemployed people only, or general?
Primarily, but obviously my interest was in the population
of
generally.
Nigeria.
Yes, and Awolowo, the Yoruba leader of the action group, yep, and Chief Enaharo, they too, other people were saying, where are all these millions of people in the north? Where are they? We're going up there to campaign. We want to know, you know. And you see all these, you know, thousands of miles of not very developed countryside, and yet the northerners are claiming that their voting registration figures are larger than in the south, you know, larger, far more people up there. Well, actually, if you went through the Igbo land, you know, Enugu and that, you saw lots and lots of people. If you went to Ibadan, again, Ibadan teeming, you know, with millions of people. But we didn't actually see many northerners, and obviously not many northerners